we reconvene at 6:06. Kimberly, anything to report out? I mean, Ashley, sorry. Oh, sorry.
That's okay. There's no reportable action from the City Council's closed session.
Okay, we call this meeting to order. Can we have roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Farmer,
Here.
Councilmember Sandu,
Here.
Councilmember Campion,
Here.
Councilmember Lozano,
Here.
Mayor Lamson.
Here. All right, we stand for the silent prayer and flag salute. Salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would you like to replay the statement, please?
This meeting of the Galt City Council will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel, on the Comcast Consolidated Communications and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed captioned and webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will air Friday, July 19th at 9 a.m. and Saturday, July 20th at 9 a.m. The City Council meeting videos are also archived on the city's website, and a DVD copy is available for checkout from any library branch.
Thank you, Tina. Are there any agenda approval, additions, or deletions?
Like to pull J3?
Can you?
J3, please.
Okay. Anything else?
Mayor, just, I don't have anything to pull from the agenda, but just for the sake of the audience, especially those members standing, we do have our community room open across the foyer. The speakers are on. You can watch on TV and hear everything. If you wanted to speak, you'd certainly be able to hear your name called, but there are seats over there if you'd just like to go across there. It's up to you, completely up to you, but you don't want to stand, you can go right across the hall to the community room.
Thank you. We have some presentations first before we have public comment. So the first one is Perfectly Possible of Galt, Annual Report to the City Council for Community Benefit Funding Grant Fiscal Year 2018.
Good evening, and thank you for having me. I am Galen Gomez, and I'm representing Perfectly Possible this evening. We were part of one of the recipients of the 2018-2019 Community Benefit Grant. We received $500 from the City of Galt, and I'm here to report out on, to give our annual report. I was hoping to kind of really quickly reiterate who we are, what we do, and how the money that was granted to us benefited the community. Our focus is TNR. Well, first of all, we are a nonprofit here in Galt. We work to help at-risk animals in the area, specifically cats, and the reason for that is being able to assist dogs is a little more complicated as far as facilities go. We focus on TNR, which is trap, neuter, return. And we are called out frequently to feral colonies where cats are out of control, and there are problems that go along with that. We remove sick animals from the colony, and the rest of them are taken to the Sacramento SPCA thanks to a grant and funding from Sacramento County and Supervisor Natoli. The SPCA offers feral clinics on Sundays. As a matter of fact, this Sunday we just took 19 feral cats up to clinic. That's the tip of the iceberg on this particular colony we just started. Those cats that go to clinic are spayed and neutered, they're vaccinated, they're treated for parasites. We prioritize the need As far as calls, we have more calls than we do volunteers. We prioritize the need, or our calls based on need and also on cooperation by the people who are caring for the cats or who are around the cats. Sometimes dealing with a feeder who's not cooperative it's difficult, and so there are many people to help, and that's how we prioritize cooperation. We also, as far as that goes, it is, when we go out to a colony, it's basically a week-long process. We go out usually the week before we're trapping to assess what's out there. We then start trapping on Friday, Saturday. We haul them up to clinic Sunday morning at 6 a.m. We pick them up at 4 p.m. We take them back to a recovery center, which happens to be my air-conditioned garage, where they are recovered. Males are returned to colonies on Mondays. Females are returned on Tuesdays. Recovering formerly pregnant females are returned on Thursdays. We also have some community outreach that we do, not only with TNR. We also loan traps for other people to become involved in the process, and that's really the direction we're going. As our expenses are getting higher than our ability to meet the need. So our focus is really to educate people to also do what we do. We have traps that are available for free use. We know the programs that are available in the area in order to access those programs for free. Any Sacramento County resident can do that. Sometimes it's not about people not wanting to help, but they don't know where to go for the resources. And so we've become a point of reference for that. We also provide a food closet as we're able to for some people, some residents who are needing food for cats and dogs. And as we're working in these colonies, we also pull adoptable kittens for adoption, and they are not returned. And that's as space is available in our foster program. We're committed to quality control, so we don't just take everything we come across. We, as long as we have fosters to support a healthy foster program, we'll pull the kittens. Otherwise, they would be TNR'd as well. Let's see here. The cost that we, the things that we incur, the costs that we incur when we come through fostering and adopting animals out, it costs us about $200 per animal to get them adoption ready. That's an average. We work with a local vet who gives us a discounted rate of $70 per cat as far as a spay, $30 for a neuter per male. I tried to think about how could I put this to show you exactly how the city supplements what we do. All of our animals, we adopted out 70 last year. Those animals are all started on a vaccine schedule. They're disease tested, spayed and neutered, and microchipped. The $500 for those 70 animals would have covered the cost of the microchip as well as the first vaccine. Furthermore, just to let you know, what we do benefits not just the residents, but businesses. We've had businesses who have also been helped by our program. We have helped with local dairies, some local waste companies, Tractor Supply, True Value, even some local elementary schools. As far as the ferals, if you were to equate what would the $500 cover for that, we spend about $1,000 a year in canned food that helps us with trapping and recovery. And so that $500 would have taken care of half of that canned food that we would have accessed last year or in the past fiscal year in order to recover and trap those cats. I just want to say one thing real quick about dogs. Again, while we would help a dog, it's more difficult when you don't have the facility to do it. You can't just put a dog in a cage and put a litter box in there with it and it's okay. The place where we were at this weekend, there were 2 dogs on site, clearly visible, infested with fleas. We were able to provide fleet treatment for those dogs, and so it's still helping in a way, just in a different way and in a different capacity. So we thank you very much for the fact that you granted us $2,000 for the 1920 year, and I look forward to coming back next year and giving you an idea of what we were able to accomplish with that. So do you guys have any questions for me?
Thank you, Ms. Gomez. Actually, I do. If someone wanted to get involved, do you guys have Facebook page, website? What should they do?
We both. We have a Facebook page. We're on Instagram, and we also have a website.
Under what?
Pardon me?
What would they
Perfectly possible.
Okay.
We're under perfectly possible, and it's per P-U-R-R-fictly. Paw, like a paw, P-A-W-S, possible. And so we are there. And also, they can look on the agenda for our spelling.
Aha.
So,
Thank you so much.
anything else?
Thanks for what you guys do.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next presentation is about Senate Bill SB 1383, the California Department of Resources, Recycling, and Recovery, better known as Cal Recycle. I'm not quite sure who's speaking.
Mayor, I'd just like to give a brief introduction. So, with regard to, I guess, as a backdrop for the solid waste garbage services that the city entered a contract with Cal Waste late last year, and some of the the issues surrounding the commercial rates. The interim city manager and myself kind of being newer as far as our edification, getting up to speed on these issues, and really what's driving some of these costs. We went up and met with representatives from Cal Recycle about a month ago, and I thought it would be good for them to come down and give a presentation on some of the legislation that's really driving some of the increased costs in the rates. So with that, I think we've got a representative here. Yeah, great, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Marshall Graham. I'm with Cal Recycle, and today I'm going to be giving you an overview of SB 1383. We'll talk about why we have it, what it includes, and what's needed by cities and counties, like the city of Galt. I'm also joined with my boss, Julie Trueblood, and I have a pretty lengthy presentation for you, so I'm just going to dig right in. And then if you don't mind, we can do questions afterwards. All right. And then this is my trick. All right. This will be the hardest thing I do all day. All right. So SB 1383 is the most significant waste reduction mandate adopted in California in the last 30 years. The intention of the law is to reduce methane emissions. It addresses two industry sectors that contribute significantly to the generation of methane in the state, and that is the dairy sector as well as the waste sector. And today I will be focusing on those aspects only directed towards the waste sector. So today, so SB 1383 requires the state to reduce organic waste, which includes food waste, green waste, paper products, and et cetera. And we are to reduce that waste disposal by 70% by 2025. And to put that in a different context, that means we have to reduce the amount of organic waste that's going to disposal by 20 million tons by 2025. And that's a statewide goal, and I'll keep reminding us about that. The law also requires that the state increase edible food recovery by 20 million tons by 2025. By 20%, excuse me, I read the same thing. Food recovery by 20% in 2025. And so both of these requirements at the statewide level have significant policy and legal implications for both the state and local jurisdictions or cities and counties. First, SB 1383 establishes a statewide target, and that's different than the jurisdiction target that you're familiar with probably with the AB 939 model. So we're going to talk about the differences in that. And given that it's a statewide target and there's not jurisdictional targets, the regulation requires a more prescriptive approach. And again, this is different than what we're used to with our AB 939 model that we've been using since 1989. So you're going to be seeing as I go through this that we're moving from a paradigm where we say, okay, cities and counties, here's the goal, get there how you want to. With this particular law, we're moving away from that because we don't have a good faith effort mechanism, and I'll talk about that a little bit more. And we're moving towards more like state minimum standards, like you would see at a solid waste facility. There are certain actions that need to happen in order for us to meet the goals, and that's what the regulations are built around, and that's what we'll be talking about today. you it'd be the hardest thing I do all day. All right, so when we're talking about organic waste for SB 1383, we're talking about green waste, wood waste, food waste, but we're also talking about fibers. So we have to remember we're talking about the paper markets as well, and that includes cardboard. So organic waste, as we just kind of talk about the problem that we're trying to solve, organic waste comprises 2/3 of the state's waste stream currently. And food waste alone is the largest component in that waste stream. According to our last, CalRecycle's last waste characterization, which was conducted in 2014, food waste actually comprises 18% of the waste stream, what's going into the landfill. SB 1383 requires us to recover 20% of currently disposed edible food. And right now, we don't know how much of the food in the waste stream, how much food in the waste stream is actually edible. So we're in the process of conducting some new waste characterization studies where we'll be taking a closer look at what food is in the waste stream. And the results of that study will determine how much edible food waste is landfilled throughout the state and help us make that bench line for the 20% reduction. I talked a lot about what we don't know, so a couple things that we do know that help set the stage on the issue that we're addressing. 1 in 5 children go hungry every night in California, and redirecting perfectly edible food that is currently being disposed to feed those in need can help to alleviate that. We also know that for every 2.5 tons of food rescued, there's an equivalent of taking 1 car off of the road for a whole year. Landfilling organic waste leads to the anaerobic breakdown of materials that creates methane. Landfills are in fact responsible for 21% of the state's methane emissions. Landfills are the 3rd largest producer of methane. So that goes back to the purpose of this law, was dealing with the 2 main industries that are making methane in the state. And then methane is also 72 times more potent than carbon dioxide over a 20-year horizon. And sometimes we have a tendency to think that climate change might be a distant problem, but there are actually other more localized environmental impacts associated with landfill disposal of organic waste that have immediate impacts on our community now. And that would include that landfilling organic waste is a source of local air quality pollutants. These pollutants have a negative impact on the air, on our community, and can cause respiratory issues and hospitalizations. But when we divert organic waste to recycling, we can significantly reduce these local air quality emissions and the associated negative impacts. And we're also starting to see the impacts, the effects of climate change in the cities and counties throughout California. We're having longer droughts, warmer temperatures, cyclical droughts, bigger storms, and coastal erosion due to rising sea levels. So we should really not underestimate the cost of the climate change impacts that we're dealing with today. The state and communities are spending billions of dollars fighting wildfires. We're paying for the effects of climate change as well as dealing with the environmental and health impacts. So SB 1383 establishes aggressive organic reduction targets. SB 1383 builds upon AB 1826, which is mandatory commercial organics recycling, which has been implemented since 2016. I already mentioned that we have to reduce the amount of organics going to to landfills. The first target is to reduce that amount 50% by 2020, and then the second goal is, or target for the state, is a 75% reduction in 2025. And both of those targets are based on a 2014 waste characterization study, so we do have the baseline for that. And then I also mentioned that the target for reducing edible food going to the landfill, I didn't mention that it's a very unique goal. No other municipality has had any kind of regulation. France has a pretty good program, but it's not an enforceable program, so this will be the first of its kind. So we're truly pioneers in this together. So highlighted here on the slide are key dates for 1383 implementation. So again, the law targets requirements for CalRecycle to adopt regulations, and that was with the start of the law in September of 2016. That's when the law was developed. And we conducted, after that, CalRecycle conducted 2 years of informal stakeholder engagement to help identify and develop the original regulatory concepts. And then we started at the beginning of this year formal rulemaking, and we took all the comments and made a new draft, which we sent out for 45-day comments. And right now we're in the process of the 15-day comments. And as I go through the presentation on the requirements, I'll be able to give you a little bit of a highlight of the many changes that we've made as a result of the stakeholder feedback, and which will just be a continued push to be engaged and participate in the process. So the regulations, this is important. Regulations take effect in 2022. That's when jurisdictions are expected to have their ordinances, their contracts, franchise agreements, all that into place. And then jurisdictions are required to enforce those programs starting in 2024. And that's a significant change, again, from the paradigm that we're working in now, because AB 1826 didn't have any compliance included in it. So there's a 2-year period between where cities and counties are required to implement the program and when they have to enforce it against those that are out of compliance. And during that 2-year period, we're really targeting education and outreach to the affected generators. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. The enforcement process, I mentioned this a little bit, for jurisdictions is different than we're used to with AB 939. As I mentioned, many solid waste and recycling regulations, the entity can be issued a violation and be subject to enforcement for failure to comply with any part of the regulation. And that's different than what we know with AB 939, because with AB 939, we have a target, we identify how we're going to get there, and then we make an assessment if you've done a good job or not. This is a shift in paradigm to having clear state minimum standards for collection, also for monitoring, for enforcement, and then each one of those has a penalty associated with it if there's not compliance. So we are moving from a good faith effort model to state minimum standards, which is a big shift for the state and for the cities and counties. All right. And then to meet the deadline of the 2022 so jurisdictions, cities and counties need to implement their programs starting in 2022, and CalRecycle expects that jurisdictions will be planning and making programmatic budgetary decisions regarding these requirements in advance of the deadline, and which may be one of the reasons for changes in your rates. So there we go. This slide outlines the more programmatic activities that jurisdictions need to establish to start in 2022, and then starting in 2024, jurisdictions will be expected to enforce any non-compliance. And again, the reason why we've been doing our stakeholder outreach and getting the regulations completed well before the rules go into effect is so that cities and counties can be prepared and that CalRecycle can provide the needed assistance. So jurisdictions also will be required to resource these programs, and so that means that we need to be able to have the means to collect the materials, have the containers in the prescribed colors that the law is also imposing. There's also specific labeling criteria and monitoring or route review. And we got a lot of feedback about those requirements being very over-prescriptive, and you'll see in the last drafted changes that we've relaxed a number of those requirements based on stakeholder feedback. Jurisdictions will also need to establish an edible food recovery program. I feel like I'm not, there we go. And What that means is that cities and counties will ensure that there are edible food recovery organizations and that they have enough capacity. And it also means that the cities and counties would consider providing funding to ensure that there's adequate capacity in collection services. In continuation with AB 1826, jurisdictions will continue to provide education and outreach about organics programs. The new component of that will be folding in the edible food recovery aspects. Another aspect of the law is to ensure, and this is also a continuation of AB 1826, which is the mandatory commercial organics recycling. Planning for capacity. So the law has a specific area where cities and counties are to ensure that they have the proper capacity for the materials that they'll be generating. And I went over some of the monitoring and compliance. So in this slide, I really just want to highlight that there are a lot of different components or aspects of a city or county government that need to be involved in the implementation of this law, which makes it even more difficult. But for example, city councils, board of supervisors need to pass enforcement ordinances to require businesses and residents to subscribe to the services. City managers and chief administrative officers would be involved in capacity planning. Obviously, we have financial and legal staff that are involved in the local enforcement and the ordinances. I'm not going to belabor that point. The point is that there are a number of different aspects, and while they're all different, they're equally important, and it's important that they're coordinated at the local government level. So the most basic element when we're talking about what the requirements are for the cities and counties, the most basic element of the regulation is that jurisdictions need to provide an organic waste collection service for their residences and their businesses. One difference from AB 939 is that we can just offer the service. We need to provide the service, so a jurisdiction needs to make that service to provide the service, and then the generator needs to use the service. And so that's two levels of compliance, the jurisdiction having the program and then the generators participating in the program. We did start with only 2 different types of waste collection services, and that was broken out into 3 different services that you see here. And one of the things that's not very well highlighted on this slide is that there are waivers that I'll address in just a moment at the statewide level for low population density, rural jurisdictions, and things like that. And then there's also, when it comes to monitoring, because there's requirements to ensure that the right materials are in the right containers, that if there's a performance-based aspect of this that's been added for those that are already doing a really good job so that they don't have to implement new programs. So it's just one more example of getting feedback of the regulations being too prescriptive or being too constraining. So we've opened different aspects up to be more flexible. And you'll see that in the waste collection services. Another component of this is if the organic waste in the collection program, whichever system you have, is mixed with anything else. It's not segregated and separate. Then it has to go to what's called a high diversion facility. And that means that facility meets the recovery rates of the 50% in 2020 and 75% in 2025. And so, and then the state will be maintaining a list of those. But if the materials aren't separated, then they need to go to a facility that can ensure they are. We also changed the colors. There are specific colors. Blue is for general, typical recycling, green for organics, gray, black, shades thereof for trash. It was yellow for food waste if it was segregated, but we just changed that to brown based on feedback. And there's also specific requirements for labeling of the materials. I think that's about it. Like, that's not enough. And the only other thing I would say is that this really does make it look like there's only 3 options, but you can have more than one of these. So you might have one program for your residential sector, and you might use a different system for the commercial sector, or any combination thereof, and we understand that. So we have more jurisdiction requirements. This is on the edible food recovery, and basically the requirements for jurisdictions for edible food recovery is for education and outreach. And then also there are 2 types of edible food generators. They're tier 1 and tier 2. Tier 1 are like grocery stores and markets. Tier 2 is more like restaurants, state agencies, and in each case, they need to have an agreement with an edible food recovery program. And the jurisdiction's role in that is to ensure that they do. And the reason why there's 2 tiers also is the tier 1, more of the grocery stores or markets or distributors, it's likely that they're already doing this activity based on our research. And so it might just be formalizing it, where the second group in tier 2, there are different types of generators, and also the type of food is different, and it's not as easily recovered. So that's why there's a bifurcation there in their implementation schedule. I already mentioned education and outreach. We're really building on what we already have for AB 1826, so I won't belabor that. Procurement requirements. This is something new. So each jurisdiction will have a minimum compost or renewable natural gas procurement target, and that's linked to population. CalRecycle will notify jurisdictions, we'll do those calculations and send them out prior to the implementation date of January 2020. And then jurisdictions can decide what mix of compost or renewable gas they want to use to meet the target. Again, we'll have tools to help with that. And then it is important to clarify that procurement, it doesn't mean that you have to purchase it. A lot of times, because of your contractual agreements, you will have access to it. So maybe your hauler collects the green waste, and then they take it to a facility and they produce compost. And maybe the city provides compost free to residents twice a year. That, even though you didn't buy it, or if you use it in your parks, or so it doesn't have to be an exchange actually of money, but it's that the intent of this is to drive markets. So we don't want to keep collecting materials and not have a place to take them. So if local government is also required to use some of the materials, that's the intention there, is to drive those markets. And then lastly, the law also requires the procurement of recycled content paper. And the eligible products for that include writing and printing paper and janitorial paper. And this requirement was more robust, but based on feedback, we've recently just scaled back a little bit on that one as well. So again, this is intended to give a market to the materials that we're collecting. So another aspect of SB 1383 is weaving in requirements that already exist. So Cal Green is an existing requirement for construction, whereby you ensure that there is a certain level of diversion for each project, 65% diversion. Which means recycling. And then also an aspect of it deals with making sure that when you're building something new, that you have adequate space for the bins for collection. That's a new requirement. It's not new requirement, these are old requirements, but they're being folded in here for enforceability. And the other, where you do not see a little sign over the landscaping, that relates to the water efficient landscape ordinance requirements. So again, it's an existing requirements, but putting them in here so that they're enforceable, and because they're a part of the overarching sustainability package, that they can be integrated. So while we are going to collect all this, and we have some demand from our local government that's going to use it, we already know that we do not have sufficient infrastructure. We do not have enough facilities to process all the material that we need to collect. Right now, we estimate that we would need 50 to 100 new facilities in the state or expansions thereof. So in terms of a breakdown, I don't know where I am here. Let's see. Right now, we have 180 compost facilities, and only 34 of them can accept food waste, because when you accept food waste, you have to have a full solid waste permit, yeah, like for a landfill, which most people don't want. So 14 of those are anaerobic digestion facilities that take solid waste. And we've also identified that there are a number of water treatment facilities that could be leveraged to use co-digestion for food waste. So we do have funding that we're putting forward every year. In fact, we had an item today at our public meeting about our criteria for an upcoming grant program. But this is one area that if you don't have infrastructure, this is something that the cities and the jurisdiction's going to need to work on, just to ensure that there's capacity. And that's what the next slide is for. So this particular, the regulations have a specific outline for cities and counties to measure, get a sense of how much waste they're going to have that's organics, identify where they think it's going to go, identify if there's a gap. And if there's a gap, try to figure out where that material is going to go. So I'm going to go back to enforcement really quickly. And this slide, I really did address this when I talked about that the law goes into effect in 2022. So there's an expectation that in 2022, January 2022, cities and counties are going to have their ordinances, their franchise agreements, all their enforceable mechanisms in place. And then you're not going to start enforcing the law for another 2 years. We talked about that 2-year gap being for education and outreach. And the intention is that over that 2-year period, everybody that is covered by the law, that would be affected by the law, has had an opportunity to be educated and to understand what the regulations are. And then in 2024, we will start our annual compliance reviews and be enforcing. We would be holding jurisdictions accountable for enforcing their local programs, which would be the first time that's ever happened. So I want to talk about the enforcement program. Let me just get to this one aspect. Let's see. So after 2024, when we are progressively working on enforcement, we're expecting jurisdictions to take a progressive enforcement action approach to organic waste generators that aren't in compliance. And the progressive approach allows for notification to the generator and provides ample time for the generator to comply before penalties are required to be issued by the jurisdiction. CalRecycle set a maximum time frame that a jurisdiction has for to issue a notice of violation and to issue penalties to a generator, if applicable. The jurisdiction has flexibility to develop its own enforcement process within these parameters. So just to give you an example, the way the regulations are drafted, when a jurisdiction determines that a violation has occurred, the city or county is required at a minimum to, within 60 days, issue a notice of violation. And if after 150 days the generator is still not compliant, then the jurisdiction is responsible to issue penalties. And again, the last part of the regulations are penalty tables. So basically every requirement, there's a reporting or record-keeping mechanism, and there's an enforceability aspect. So the 150 days between the notice of violation, the notice and the violation and the penalty phase allow jurisdictions to use other methods to achieve compliance prior to issuing penalties. And the regulations allow a generator to be out of compliance for a total of 210 days before penalties are issued. And the regulations set a minimum penalty amount of at least $50 a day for the first offense within 1 year, and that can go up to $500 a day for multiple offenses. And again, the point here is that if we're working on a robust education program over those 2 years between implementation and enforcement, then we really will probably have educated everyone, and we shouldn't have very many compliance issues. And we have the same aspect for the edible food recovery, where jurisdictions are required to make sure that the edible food generators have a contract, an agreement. These are the record-keeping requirements. I'm not going to go over all of them, but they're all to be kept in an implementation record, and they're to be kept in one place. And they can be paper and electronic, and they need to be accessible within 10 days of a request of our department. And we will, the mechanism we're calling this is an implementation record, and we will be giving a tool to help jurisdictions with that. This is what I mentioned about the CalRecycle oversight. Again, I did mention the low population in rural areas. We can authorize waivers for that. There's also circumstances when there's emergencies. The other aspect is for those state agencies, schools, federal facilities, other entities that are not subject to local jurisdictions' rules, then the state will take oversight for that. We will be doing the compliance for school districts, state agencies, federal facilities, and the like. So that's another difference. And then one other thing is that there's also businesses that are corporations, and they go across jurisdiction lines. And so I don't want to use an example, but you might have one on every corner of your of your streets, and so the state also will take a role if there's a business like that that affects multiple jurisdictions, where we can take more of an enforcement role than having every single jurisdiction deal with the same business or corporation, which probably makes way too much sense to be part of the regulations. Being a little facetious. So let's see. This is my contact information and links to where you can get all this information. And then we have one more day of public comment. Tomorrow is the last day for public comment. We extended it twice. Once we've going through a change in all of our web pages for accessibility, so there was an accessibility issue, and then we just had a lot of requests for more time, because there's a lot of content, as you have heard. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
When you say public comment, you mean come to your meeting tomorrow?
Well, no, you don't have to come to the meeting. You can submit comments to organics@calrecycle.ca.gov. And you do not, especially because it's tomorrow, it doesn't matter who sends it. So sometimes you want to put it through and get all the right appropriations and all the sign-offs. Like my mom could send in 40 letters, and we have to pay attention to those the same as they would if President Trump sent one in. Maybe.
Questions, council?
I just have a couple of comments and then a question. I appreciate you coming out, Ms. Graham, and presenting what your CalRecycle is doing to set up regulations based on what the legislature has passed in terms of the law. I heard a lot about local jurisdiction requirements and responsibilities. Heard a little bit about what the state is responsible for, and that's kind of at the end in the enforcement and possibly some grant money for facilities. So we have the law, we have the regulations now that you're working on, and I know our jurisdiction, the first round, provided comments. I don't know if we have for the second round, but I appreciate that opportunity. And then it goes to local enforcement. And all along this line, we're supposed to educate and do public outreach. That, to me, as a council member, is all dollar signs. And so my question is, and it's somewhat rhetorical because I really know the answer, but at what point is there any financial relief for not only the jurisdiction, but our customers, our local folks that are going to pay the bill? And unfortunately, at this point in our jurisdiction, we have every one of our customers, business and commercial and residential, are paying a larger bill. And so at what point is there grant money or relief money from the state to local jurisdictions, specifically small communities? I know there's going to be lots of questions, but to address this issue.
So one, I understand that is a rhetorical question, and I completely understand the issue. I'm going to be very frank with you. The way the law is written, the expectation is that there isn't statewide funding for this piece of legislation because local governments have the right to set their rates. So that's the rationale behind it. There are small amounts of grants that we are getting. They basically, there's not a lot. When it comes to the grants that we get, they're all from cap and trade funds, and they're allocated each year. We are ready and primed every year to get those out. Sometimes they'll say it's $100,000 and it's $20,000. It just depends, but each year we're ready for those. There is not a source of sustainable statewide funding. The only thing I can mention, and I'm going out on a limb, is the funding at a statewide level for these programs is $1.40 a ton. That's what's paid into the fund for solid waste management at a statewide level. And that hasn't changed for many, many years. And if we do our job well, we would not have as much disposal, so we would have less money to operate the program. Just letting you know that's the funding that we have, and that's the way it's used. We haven't had a tip fee reform in a long time, and when it did come forward from the legislature years ago, there was an appetite with local government. We didn't have the same requirements. We didn't have AB 341, 1826, and now 1383. So that was the only other thing that I can mention that could potentially provide sustainable funding. And as an example of the types of things, I have heard our leadership talk about if anything like that were to come to fruition, is that, for example, we don't have funds for organics because we don't pay. Like when we buy motor oil, we pay so much to sustain that program. An environmentally safe program. And when we buy our computers, we pay. When we buy our beverage containers, we pay. So we're paying as consumers for all of those. So we don't do that for organics. So if we had some other funding, we could say, for example, have incentive payments for use. So like I said, what if the city could just use more compost? That would help drive the markets. But what if there was a fund that we could say, okay, well, when you're using that compost, we want to incentivize that. And for every ton you use, maybe not ton, so for this much that you use, you'll get an incentive payment. So right now, we don't have any type of sustainable funding, and it is an issue, and it's one that we're very aware of. But that does take legislative action.
Yeah, and again, I know you're the messenger, Ms. Graham. You didn't vote on this law when it was passed, and you weren't probably I know you weren't the governor when it was signed.
No,
So
not this time.
But the problem that I have is, and again, I don't mean to shoot the messenger, is total overregulation by the state government, really asking us, and if I could use the analogy, I would like to go buy a Yugo. I don't know if you folks remember the Yugo vehicle. But the government telling me I have to buy a Mercedes, and I have to pay more because of state regulation, but we're not going to give you a rebate for the difference. We're not going to do any of that stuff. So I'm sure there are lots of questions about your presentation, but I just wanted to get that out. I really have a hard time with some of the, with all of it actually, because I think that there wasn't a lot of forethought before it was signed into law. So, thanks.
Ms. Graham, what Rich said, I know you're the messenger, so I apologize if
I'm also a big girl, I can take
any
it.
of our questions seem a little, they're not directed to you personally, but, so, piggybacking on what Rich said, you know, it is frustrating because I feel like all this legislation that's come into play has been building for years, and now we're at a point where it's becoming very strict. And it's funny you mentioned how we pay, you know, we pay fees for things when we buy them, and then now we have to pay fees to get rid of them. And the funny thing is, everything all the, you know, AB 341, 1383, all of them, they're all basically have one common goal, and that's to make people recycle, whether it's food or plastic or whatever. But the problem has happened is now that we've come to where we're at now, and as you know, the recycle market is completely tanked. So there's no market for that product. And so now what has happened is, and what's happened in our city, I'm sure you're aware, is now our businesses and our residents are facing high rates to recycle. So there's no incentive for them to recycle because it's very costly to recycle. So they're like, well, why should I recycle? So they don't. And hence is against the whole concept of what the state is trying to do, which make people recycle more. So to me, what Rich was saying is, it seems that our state should be coming up with ways to offset the cost of the market, or offering funds out there for businesses that are looking to get into the recycle market to come up with new, I don't know, you know, new technology to do something with all these plastics and whatnot that you know, China doesn't want or whatever. It's just frustrating that they haven't looked at that. Instead, they're just coming and letting it trickle down to our businesses and our, you know, and cities like us. So it's frustrating, you know, and I know you're not responsible for that, but it's just, you know, I just think sometimes a legislator just sit up on Capitol Hill, or they sit in Sacramento, and they just, you know, they think, well, this would be great. We should, you know, make our state greener and all this. And this is a great idea. Yeah, I like that. Let's do that. And they don't understand how it really affects down at the lower level. So one last question I had, I was looking at your page here, this one here, what it talks about. And one question that I'm sure a lot of folks have in the audience that I just was gonna bring out on their behalf is, it talks about having ordinances in place by 2022.
Am I on the right one?
Well, no, this is a different one.
Okay.
That one right there.
Okay.
So ordinance in place by 2022, and then basically between that year and 2024 is basically a period of time where we're going to be allowed to, you know, educate business owners and residents, whatever. And then 2024 is where kind of like really where we start like holding people accountable, right? And this is the same information that I got when I spoke to Cal Recycle as well. When I spoke with
Thank
Dave.
goodness.
Yeah. So what I think what's frustrating for people in Galt is they're saying, well, if, you know, we're in 2019 right now, why are we having to brunt the force of higher rates because of all these mandates? If that's the narrative, if these rates are because of these mandates, if that's what it's about, then why are we having to do that now when we're 4 years away from even enforcement beginning? And that's just, I'm just relaying the message that I've heard.
Absolutely, and I think that's a very fair question. When my rates are changed, I want to know why they're changed and understand that. I don't personally know why your rates changed. If I got to come in here to do the dog and pony show, but I know Joe and Jill, I have others here. I don't know if your rates were changed to cover the cost of organics programs, or in a couple of cases recently, rates have changed because we used to get some money for our recyclables. And now we're paying to get rid of them, to have them recycled. So there's, because of the recycling market issue and the conditions, depending on how franchise agreements and contracts are written, rates are going up because of that, because of our market issue, which is a domestic issue, the whole nation.
So do you think that areas that see dramatic rate increases, it could be directly tied into those waste haulers being, tied with having to be enforced by the state to pick up our recycle?
So
but yet
right now,
they don't have any.
So right now, there's a couple things three things I've seen, reasons why I've seen rates change. One, I just mentioned because the market, it's upside down. I mean, we used to, let's just say you had a bale of plastic or a bale of paper, maybe you got $40 for it, and you're used to market fluctuations. Okay, you've been playing this game for 20 years. Now you might pay $40 to have that same bale recycled, and that's if they'll take it. So there is a totally separate issue than like this presentation I just gave you, completely separate, and that's our markets. And you mentioned that there should be incentives for businesses or manufacturers, say, that use recycled material to make their widgets, so that we're buying something that's made of recycled plastic or recycled paper. And we do have a program for that. It's called the Recycling Market Development Zone, but it's a small program. And then so there's the other reason is because a lot of time for rate changes is historically because there has been some commodity. We did get some money for the recyclables for that commodity. Maybe when you have your actual rates. So I have my rate for garbage, and I'm just going to make it up, $20. And then we say, oh, and your recycling and your green waste collection are free. Nothing's free, right? It's just shifting the money. So another reason why rates might go up is because you have these set, and you have a balance of how much you have the cost of the services, right? But you were really only giving the cost for garbage when it costs to do recycling and it costs to do composting, and in some cases it costs more. And so the rates that we have been paying maybe aren't true costs, and with the flip in the market, we have to shore those up. So that's one other one. And then there are jurisdictions that are doing what we're asking and saying, okay, if we are going to have our organics collected and processed, which costs, we know those rates are going to go up. Or, for example, here's one where we're saying we want you to have capacity. We want you to demonstrate that you're going to have a place to take all the organics that you're collecting. That might make somebody make a decision now, right? So they might say, okay, we'll go into contract because we want to be ready. We want to be sure that we're going to have that capacity with you. So this could be a driver for making changes to be ready for something. But usually, like at this point, that would be doing a rate study, looking at your what the costs are for the organics recycling. New bins have to be done. So it can be a driver, but those programs aren't being implemented necessarily right now. You do have some folks that already have programs where they have enforcement, right? In the Bay Area, we have a lot of really forward, San Francisco, Sonoma. They fine for noncompliance.
Yeah.
Even though it's not required.
Well, thanks for that question. And so also CalRecycle told me that they said, that as long as the cities are showing efforts to that there's really, like they were saying, if a jurisdiction, I'm saying city, but you call it jurisdiction. So let's say there's just no effort whatsoever. They're not just failing to do anything, not ask businesses to have recycling or organic or nothing. Then they would be issued a compliance letter, and then they would be given like a year to do something. If they then failed at that year to do nothing, then it would go before a board, and that board would decide, what they need to do next. So the process was very long from the way it was described to me, and it didn't seem like it had a lot of teeth in it until a certain period. So again, circling back, it's almost like you know, if my mortgage company told me that, you know, in 2 years from now, my rate's going to go up 3%, I'm not going to start paying a higher house payment right now. And like, well, I'm just going to go ahead and start paying the extra interest now. I mean, why would I do that? So people are frustrated because they're having to pay all these rates way in advance. And this is just, again, what a community.
And like I said, I don't know what the situation, what the rate adjustment was, but.
So thank you. Just trying to get some answers because I've never had an opportunity to speak to.
And I just would add one more thing that I didn't. We have 2 contracts out right now for tools. So when we talk about these enforceable ordinances, the franchise agreements, all these different tools to help you be compliant with the law, we're developing models for that, so that we'll have information for the city or the county to say, okay, if I incorporate these items into my franchise agreement or my ordinance, then that will be compliant. So it's not a bring me a rock situation. And then also, I didn't mention, but because we are standardizing the colors, we've never done that before because we've always said each city and county can do their own thing.
Statewide, right?
Statewide. So for the first time, we're going to be able to do some statewide marketing and statewide outreach. So we're committed to doing that, and we've got a contract to put those things together and have them ready for the beginning of 2020.
So every other city has to have matching
You don't have
garbage
to have
by
matching, but
2020?
the effort
colors.
is that we're saying you have to do this, but we're not telling you exactly what to do or exactly what to put in it, so that we would give you tools so that it would say, if you include this and this and this, then that will show that you're compliant. You have to have an ordinance, and there's a lot of requirements in here, right? So you might miss one, but we're gonna give you a tool that says, okay, if you wanna include everything, here are the different items, and a menu to say, okay, if you include this in the ordinance this way, it has this consequence, so it informs you on making those resources here at the city level.
So I keep hearing things like, sorry, Curtis,
Go ahead.
that Galt's one of the first cities to become compliant with the 2020 regulations, but yet when we go on your website, it says everybody's, Sacramento's compliant. Will they be out of compliance on 2020? Or how many cities? I think we're a little ahead of the game here in Galt with our new garbage contract. How many cities do you think?
They're one of the first to raise the rates. Oh, gotcha. I don't have, so each one of our cities and counties are on either a 2 or a 4-year review cycle, and so I don't have a comparison for you. I apologize.
Okay, so you don't know if any cities are getting ready to get non-compliance letters or anything like that?
Oh, yeah, we have jurisdictions that are in, for example, we do informal plans. It's kind of like what you mentioned, if there's a gap in the programs, then we'll say, okay, look, you're supposed to be doing A, B, and C, and you're only doing A and B. Let's work on C. We do it informally. And if that doesn't work, then we send a letter and we'll put a jurisdiction on compliance. We try really hard not to put people on compliance or define them. Even with this more prescriptive paradigm, there is flexibility with the called a corrective action plan, where you can have 2 years to, say for example, it was rates. We have to raise our rates. Well, you can't just do that overnight. You have to do a study. You have to, you have these different milestones. We just set out the milestones, and then everybody make sure everybody's keeping on.
You talked about rural exemptions. What, are we rural? Are we not rural?
I don't think Galt is rural, no. I can, in follow-up, give you the definitions.
I don't believe we are, but since you said it, I thought maybe you were hinting that we were, so.
Yeah, I agree with my colleagues on some of the frustrations in implementing this law. And I think it has good intent, but I think there are significant flaws. And this is just kind of a general overview of my opinion of it. One, I don't think that in the undertaking and development of this law that they took into any consideration what the markets were or what market conditions would be and how that would affect, cities and counties and ultimately the ratepayer. Secondly, I don't think that there are facilities that have been developed. And it doesn't sound like it from what you said. There are 180 facilities composting facilities in the state, only 34 of which are able to accept food waste. So what are the jurisdictions to do with all of this food waste that they're mandated to collect and then process? Where do we process? It bothers me that these prescriptive paradigms the way you describe it, are nothing more than unfunded mandates by the state. I mean, and that's truly what you should call it, rather than, some fancy term to, soften, I guess, the delivery. And I'm not taking this out on you personally.
All right.
But it's just frustrating to me as somebody who has to implement what is being pushed down from the state onto the local ratepayer. California is progressive in a lot of ways. But how many other states in the United States have a regulation such as this regarding solid waste?
We're the first.
We're the first.
And countries need it.
And I guess the more frustrating part of that is that California is not going to solve what is being sold as relief to climate change. It's too insignificant on a global scale. So, I mean, to couch this under, a climate change impact, and it's going to have an impact to reduce it, I think is false and misleading. And I really think the state should rethink that. I mean, California, I think, does much more than most other states, and certainly much more than most developing countries. So I think that California should maybe shift and look at engaging other states as well as other countries to share this type of information rather than using us as an experiment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you can't tell, we're kind of working over some issues here in town. I would really appreciate if the Cal Recycle people here could wait and stay for public comment because they have 4 speakers on the garbage. That would be wonderful.
Absolutely.
I appreciate you coming, trying to explain some things to us. It's a little.
And I appreciate you taking the time and making comments available for the public so that everybody can learn where we're going. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have one more presentation before public comment, and that is Business Resources for Compliance. Business Environmental Resource Center.
Good evening, all. My name is Rich Brown. I'm with the County of Sacramento Business Environmental Resource Center. I was invited here to just give you a basic overview of what we do and the services that we provide, if you're not already familiar with them. Anybody here know what Burke is? Not so. Okay.
A little bit.
So Burke is a free and confidential, non-regulatory resource center that helps businesses with permits and regulatory compliance. We were established in 1993 by the County Board of Supervisors on the request of local businesses that needed help going through the red tape of getting permits and going through the different regulatory agencies. So we can kind of guide them through all of that. The kind of environmental permit help that we can provide includes air quality, hazardous materials, hazardous waste, stormwater, solid waste, building permits, planning, and zoning. And the industry types, not totally inclusive here, but it includes restaurants, automotive industry, manufacturing, markets, food markets, and any kind of business, basically. Dry cleaners, gasoline stations, and anything else that is a business. They can come to us. Again, we're free, we're confidential, and they can come to us without fear of regulatory enforcement. and we can help them with anything that they may have that may be a potential issue, and walk them through it before they get a violation. And we actually are funded by most of the regulatory agencies. We're funded by the Air District, County Environmental Management Department, Building Permits and Inspection, Sacramento County Department of Water Resources, SMUD, Regional County Sanitation, Regional SAN, Sacramento Regional Solid Waste Authority, SWA, Department of Airports, and County Planning and Environmental Review. So the idea behind us being established in '93 was that it's more cost-effective for us to help businesses comply than it is for the regulatory agencies to have to go out and enforce and maybe go through litigation. So we can do that confidentially and free to them and help them get into compliance if for some reason they're out of compliance. We can also help businesses that are starting and walk them through the process and make sure that they get the licenses and permits that they need to start and make sure they don't miss any steps. I covered that. Again, thank you all for your time. I'm going to be very brief. I'm getting old and it's past my bedtime. That's a brief overview of what Burke primarily does. We also have a program that's our Sustainable Business Program where we certify businesses for going above and beyond environmental regulations. So we've got almost 600 businesses that are certified now. And every year we have an award ceremony where we highlight 6 of the most, the best businesses that have been exemplary. Last year we had it at the Golden One Center. We're going to have it there this year at the Golden One Center. It's going to be September 18th. You're all welcome. Free food. So, free food. So to be in this program, you can go to our website. We have a checklist of suggested measures. There are 6 different categories of which a business or organization can be certified in. And you just have to be qualified in 10 of the checklist measures in any one of the categories, or all of them. That's what we encourage. But just 10 in any one get you certified. And then we come out and we verify and we certify. And some of the, the program requirements is to be compliant with current environmental regulations and must meet the minimum standards of resource conservation, pollution prevention, and compliance checklists, and then allow a scheduled verification visit. Some of the benefits are, I'm just whipping through this. You get a certificate. You also get a 5x5 window decal. It's kind of like a Better Business decal that you see, but it's our Sacramento Area Sustainable Business Program decal. But you also get free assistance in consultation in making sustainable changes to your business. You get free advertising and promotion through a variety of media outlets on our website. We have a searchable directory that you can search by industry, location, whatever filters you want to use. Say I want a pizza parlor in Galt, but I want to make sure that they're certified sustainable. It'll pop right up. And then so you can patronize that particular business because they're certified sustainable. The program is free, voluntary. Anybody can sign up for it. Just contact us, go to our website. Again, you're all welcome to come to the Golden One Center on September 18th. Free food. And that's pretty much all I have, unless you guys have questions.
Would this be something you might partner with the Chamber of Commerce?
We work with a lot of the different chambers. We work with the Metro Chamber, the Black Chamber, the Hispanic Chamber, the different North Sacramento Chamber, pretty much all of them. We try to cover all of them that are within the jurisdictions of the Board of Supervisors of the county, because that's kind of who we work for. Oh, and yeah, BERC, the Business Environmental Resource Center, we're a county agency, but we also are under the Office of Economic Development, and we report directly to the county executive.
Okay. Our chamber president is in existence. If she'd wave.
I exist.
All right. In attendance? She's in attendance. If you'd wave, maybe you guys can exchange cards too.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I've got brochures, I've got business cards if anybody's interested.
You know, talking about the advertisement, what kind of advertisement as a business can do your website and what's your website? And they have any cost and you have to have a member of your organization or
Everything we do is no cost to the business. Our website is sacberc.org. That's SACBERC.org. You can also find us on saccounty.net. And advertisement through Facebook, social media, LinkedIn, and our website. And so, yeah, through this Sustainable Business Program, certified businesses, we have that searchable directory right on our website. So if you're in there, people can look for you if they're looking for a specific industry that they want to patronize a certified business.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll take brochures up here, I'm sure. Anybody else have any comments?
Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. And do you want me to just?
Thank you. Can we have the public comment?
Under Government Code Section 54954.3, members of the public may address the city council on non-agenda items. The public comment section is for the city council to receive comments. Except for brief responses to questions, no discussion or action may be taken on any item that is not listed on the agenda. Please limit comments to a maximum of 5 minutes. Speaker cards are located on the table inside the entrances to the council chambers. Once completed, forward the speaker card to the clerk. Those persons wishing to speak on any item scheduled on the agenda will be given an opportunity to do so at the time that item is being considered.
Thank you, Tina. So there might be some people here that like wings. If you guys would like to make a public comment, you can fill out a public comment sheet and still get them, either pass them to the chief or Mr. Arias, and we'll do that at the time. And right now, we're going to go over the things that aren't on the agenda. That makes sense? I'd like to call Jim Brannon up on the trash rate impaction business from Cardinal Glass.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Members of the council, Chief, thank you for your service and all that you do, keeping us safe. I wanted to share with you a couple of things that we've learned recently as a result of experiencing the rate increases that you're struggling with. And that's really the unintended consequences of this experience. We can probably make some adjustments in our operations to deal with what amounts to today about a $45,000 annual increase in the rates that we'll pay to dispose of our waste. That $45,000, however, will also pay for me to go hire somebody to do something important in the plant. We've got a very enviable safety position over there in the plant. We process between 6 and 9 million square feet of glass every month. If you've not been there, I'm happy to take you on a tour. You'll love it. Great place to work. It's also a wonderful city to live in. I moved here with my wife back in October because we got tired of commuting from another great city, Modesto. And one of the first things we experienced when we moved here was a tripling of the cost of water. That was exciting. And now we've got this rate issue on trash. I let my license in environmental engineering lapse in the state of New Mexico last December because I never thought I would need that again. That may have been a premature mistake. I'm not going to address the issues that you just heard from the young lady that made the presentation associated with why the state legislature is making you the forcing function for something that they did. I'll let you figure out how to do that. But I want you to think about the unintended consequences of what's going to take place. And here's my issue, and I'll let it go with one point. We're trying to hire people. We can't. We're in a full employment economy. Pretty much everybody that's got a job where they are and is willing to work has a job. They don't want to come to Galt. They don't want to come to Galt because they've heard that a few businesses are closing, a bar's being shut down here, a grocery store's closing there, the price of living's going up, the price of trash is going up, and it's a challenge because we want to bring people here. We want them to come to Galt because, contrary to some postcards, it actually is a great American little town. I've lived in lots of little towns. Santa Fe, New Mexico is a cute little town, but it's full of tourists. Manhattan, Kansas is a cute little town, full of Kansans. And I like Galt. It's a great little place to live. I've lived all over the world. I've been privileged to do that in public service in the Army, but this is a great place to live. And I want you to recognize that the state's forcing you to do things to the rest of us that we're not interested in participating in for the most part. I don't think anybody objects to the idea of recycling. When I get grief from Clean Harbors as a contractor to Sacramento when I try and take a couple of batteries up to the recycle center in Elk Grove because they need to have proof of my residency, I'm thinking, why? That's not an effective program to encourage people to recycle when I used to be able to put it on the top of my trash can and Cal Waste would take it away for me. I don't know what they did with it, but at least they used to take it from the house. Now if I want to dispose of aerosol cans or use containers for my barbecue, for my gas, or batteries, I've got to drive them somewhere. That's not recycling that's effective or efficient. But the unintended consequences of these actions of the state legislature making you their forcing function, and they'll punish you with compliance. Because besides paradigm, the other word I heard used most was compliance. They're going to force you to comply. And you're going to do that or suffer the consequences. If you don't like the law, sue them. That's your only choice. They've passed it. You're going to comply. We're all going to comply or face the consequences. For some, it will be relocating elsewhere, moving to another state someplace. For some, it will be reconsidering whether or not the business will expand here or not. And that's a decision we're considering right now. And it's not going favorably because of these long-term impacts of cost. I'd like to hire people. I want to put people to work. I am the hiring manager. Can't do it. I need your help. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brannon, and thank you for your service also.
Oh, sure.
Next, I have Jean Davenport on waste rates. Jean Davenport, are you in the other room? Are you in the lobby? Thank you. He's coming. You're in the parking lot?
Yeah, we're in the parking lot. We got TV out there. I'm Gene Davenport, I live in the city of Galt, and I want to address the waste rates as it pertains to this last gentleman that talked very eloquently. I'm not going to be that eloquent. I'm just going to tell you how I feel about it. Look, at these rates were, and also, by the way, just as a side item, United States Postal Service, a federal agency of the government, considers Galt and the surrounding area a rural route. We are rural, so we can go with that. I think the last gentleman also said we should sue, and I think we really should think about it. When this thing all started, look, it started with the water meters, and that wasn't handled correctly, and we got a lot of feedback and brushback from the people about it, but that was a mistake everybody moved on from. The waste rate is more concerning to the fact it really is going to drive people out of business. And the fact that he addressed the issue of nobody wanting to come to work anymore. That is really, really scary. That's not a very good idea, something you just can't deal with that. That's not something we should do. But, like everybody's saying that we're doing this or we're doing that, we're trying to get past it. Look, at one time, no offense, the mayor said this was a good deal. The Chamber of Commerce said it was a good deal. We should support this new garbage rate. At the end of the day, there's a lot of negotiating that went on that you guys were not privy to. They wouldn't even give you the information that you needed and what we wanted. So that being said, you should really look at changing the way the system works in this city and be an active participant in all negotiations for everything we need to do. Because at the end of the day, if this is the way the taxpayer is going to be treated, you're going to have people moving, not just businesses, but people. And this is a great town. This is really a great town. And it offends me that people don't want to move here because they think that we're a dump and you can't afford to live here anymore. That's just not the case. Going forward, I know that I brought it up at the last time I spoke. But I would really like your individual responses to opening a dispensary in Galt. Why you're for it or why you're against it. Because at the end of the day, we're going to have a 1.3 million deficit, and I think it's going to be larger than that when all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted. The tax income from that, I think, would really benefit this city. I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't know. I'm really very clean. But the thing is, I think the taxes we would generate from a dispensary would really do this city well. And people, when you say dispensary, they look at it in a dark way. The bottom line is, we can kind of like lay the law down how we want it to. If we only want it open from noon to 5, that's all they get. If we want them open from 9 to 3, that's all they get. The thing is, we can regulate. Speaking of regulating, we can regulate about what they can and can't do within the city. But at the end of the day, I'm looking at the tax consequences that we're going to get and receive from these businesses. That being said, as we go forward with a lot of the businesses really up against it, we get an administrative fee from that contract from Cal Waste. What is it, 3%? You should start maybe, 2%? Even a 2%, kind of like putting that money and recycle it back into helping the businesses stay afloat until we can get a remedy for this. Because at the end of the day, if we lose one business because of this contract, you guys are wrong. And it's going to come back on you. Like you said, you don't want to shoot the messenger. But the bottom line is, you guys are going to hear about it. It's not right if one business has to close. It's just not right. So, whatever we do or however we're going to go about it, we need to address it, be open, let us all know. Because maybe you can get some support and we can do some things, Together, we're going to be strong. But we're a rural route, and so the state's got to look at that. And I really honestly think that guy was right. We should sue the state because they're mandating things that we just can't do right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. Next, we have Bonnie Rodriguez with the Galt Chamber and waste rates.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Most of you know, obviously, I work for the newspaper. So in the newspaper business, where we like to set the record straight. So there's a few things I'd like to clear up really quick. And I think Jean left the room. I just want to clear up that the chamber never, ever approved these rates. We never saw them before they were approved by council. We had members, and in fact, the chamber as a whole did write a letter at the request of Cal Waste in 2017 to petition the council to keep Cal Waste because they were a good community member, and I don't think that's an argument. Cal Waste is a great community member, but the chamber never approved. We never saw any numbers, and by saying that, then you're almost accusing the chamber of choosing one sole business at the risk of all the others. So I just wanted to clear that up. Some other things I'd like to clear up, and it's not so much clear up because I don't think it was misquoted, but I just don't think that we have stressed it, and I don't think the populace is aware. You can go on Cal Waste and get reports. This is Galt's report. Since 2006, since they started regulating and charting this, Galt has been in compliance every single year. We are in compliance, okay? Not to this stuff that we heard today. I don't even want to go there right now. But we have been in compliance. We have been the entire time. We have, I believe it's, 35 programs, diversion programs that Galt has been involved in, that we participate in, whether it's through personally doing it or that Cal Waste is doing at their facility. So Galt has been in compliance at the old rates. Now, yes, we have the China factor. I walk around and talk about the China factor. Yeah, they're not taking our recycling. That recycling is going somewhere. So, full disclosure. Full disclosure. Yes, the city receives CRV fees from all of the recyclables that are gathered from our residents, from our businesses. Galt sees a portion of that, up at a minimum of $100,000 a year. That's what Cal Waste has agreed to in their contract. Whether or not Cal Waste gets that back, the city gets $100,000 a year. And it could be a heck of a lot more if we're all recycling and putting all of our aluminum cans in, and our businesses are putting all of their big recycling in. It could be a heck of a lot more that the city sees. You and I don't benefit from that, other than it goes to our program, so I will give that. Another piece of full disclosure, Cal Waste just signed a contract in January with the county. They are dealing with 75% of the county's recyclables, not the trash, not anything else, recyclables. There's got to be some sort of market somewhere, because I can't imagine a great businessman, mind as Dave is, would go into business taking 75% of the county's recyclables and lose money on it. There's money somewhere. In long conversations with the county, the net profit, meaning what are the net costs that the county pays Cal Waste, is $50 a ton. So you businesses out there that have your recycling, my guess is maybe you're doing a ton. A couple of big ones out there, maybe you're doing 2 tons a month, and you're looking at $560 a month for what the county is paying $50 for. And you're here next to that facility. There is some offset. Something happened somewhere. Someone lost money and is trying to make it up. I don't know where it is, if it's with the city, if it's with Cal Waste. Full disclosure, Galt is not leading the way. If you get on Cal Recycle, I have pages and pages of entities in our area that are actually better than what Galt is showing. Galt is not leading the way. Some of these entities have more diversion programs, some of them have less, and they're doing better than Galt. We're not leading the way. There are entities that I found that are in non-compliance. A lot of them are for simply not turning in a report. But most of them are compliant. I see my time is up.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Next up, Gail Weber.
I yield my time to Bonnie.
Okay.
Just stay up there and finish.
So now I threw myself off. Oh goodness. My daughter's watching from Washington DC, and she's been texting, "You'll do fine, you'll do fine." As far as this new stuff that we learned today, and I really appreciate Cal Recycle coming. I've spent probably the equivalent of 30 hours on and off throughout the last 2 weeks with Cal Recycle with different entities in there. Had not had the pleasure to meet the gal that came to speak. But I do want to let you know, since we were in compliance to all the other assembly bills, our rates went up. That did not include a rate for these organics. That is something new. So all of these businesses, every single restaurant is going to be facing, on top of what they already increased to, they're increasing a minimum of $85 a month. And for just if they have to have a 3-yard cubic container, they're facing another $412 a month. That's for this SB 1383 or whatever it is. On top of the enormous rates that they're facing by already being in compliance. This is an issue. A bad decision was made. I don't care whose fault it is, but this contract is wrong. It's wrong for Galt, it's wrong for the businesses, it's wrong for the residents. Another full disclosure, Cal Waste just signed another contract with Rancho Murrieta to do their resident curbside pickup. Anyone want to venture a guess how much it is a month? $22. Galt did a poor job. I'm not talking to all of you, and I realize that this council's has a different makeup, and the 2 council members that were here previously, I think you were guided wrong. I will give you that out. But this is a bad contract. You were not given the information, and we're the ones paying for it. You have companies coming and saying we can't hire now. You have companies that are on their way out the door or moving to smaller locations or moving to Elk Grove. This is a bad contract, and you need to get everybody back to the table over this. And just on a side note, just because I'm irritated and I'm here, I do appreciate the city bringing in Cal Recycle to speak. I think that was great education. I don't think any of us wanted to hear that, but it was good. We needed to hear it, and I think it was great that the Business Resource Center was brought in. It would have been nice that the chamber wasn't blindsided when they pulled up the agenda that these people were going to come to speak. I was at CalWorks last week, and I was in a conversation with them about this Business Resource Center, so I was aware of it. We had already made contact and pushed forward and, going to help our businesses or get them in contact. But it would have been nice if the city put forth a good faith effort to the chamber, the probably second largest entity beside the city in this town. We are representing these businesses, and if there's any resources or you're bringing any resources here, it would be nice to have a little bit of communication. We need it. We all need it. The city's you're gonna take your hits too, like everyone said. You're gonna be the bearer of bad news. You're gonna be the people up there, the targets on your back. Let's work together. Let's work with Cal Waste. If it's a lawsuit, I'd rather spend my money suing the state and getting out of this mess, if that's the case. But let's work together from here on out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Next up, reports from council members on commissions. Vice Mayor Farmer?
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Sandu?
Nothing to report on original board, commission, and committee.
Councilmember Campion?
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Lozano?
Nothing.
All right. Moving on to the information consent calendar. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of June 18th, 2019, and special meeting of June 28th, 2019? Receive and file warrants for period ending July 3rd, 2013. I think that's it. Moved by Councilmember Campion, second?
Second.
Second by Vice Mayor Farmer. Roll call vote, please.
Vice Mayor Farmer?
Aye.
Councilmember Sandu.
Aye.
Councilmember Campion.
Aye.
Councilmember Lozano.
Aye.
Mayor Lampson.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. And we have pulled the award of bid for 2019 street and pedestrian safety improvement project.
Yeah, I pulled this item, and Mike, I emailed him ahead of time, let him know I was gonna have questions. Apologize that we couldn't get together sooner, but you did answer some. So this is an extension, so correct me if I'm wrong, so this is an extension of the Safe Routes to School.
No, this is really our annual pavement rehab
Okay, okay.
project. There was an alternative bid option to do some bike lanes.
So how did we determine, looking at the map, how do you determine the streets that we're gonna focus on?
Yeah, so we have basically what we call a pavement management system. Essentially, we have all the city's roads inventoried and their condition. And so that's what we use as our basis for identifying, the likely roads to target for each year's rehab program. And so they'll start with that and then go out and physically, check, okay, this is what the database is showing. Can we confirm that? Is it, maybe it's not as bad and we can look at some other options, or maybe it's worse. And yeah, we really need to get on this, and it confirms what the database told us. So that's our basis.
As I just questioned, I went down Lake Canyon, and I mean, for example, I don't know if you've been on B Street lately, but B Street's like a war zone, like potholes. I mean, B Street's bad. It's been bad for a long time. So I mean, I know because I'm on the west side of town more than I'm on the east side. So I went over and looked at Lake Canyon. So I just want to bring that to your attention. Just keep that in the mix. So the funding for this comes from CEC.
There's
Some of the funding comes from CEC.
right. I was going to say there's a few different funding sources.
So is it? Are we told specifically what we can do, or is it pretty much we can go into town and say, as long as it's used for like road improvement, sidewalks, that kind of thing, is it?
So different, I mean, there's lots of different funding sources when it comes to transportation. And some are more competitive grant type programs. And so there's specific requirements that you have to meet in order to use that money. This rehab money is generally, the SB1 is essentially meant for rehab. You're not supposed to use it for, widening a roadway or putting in a new signal or something like that because you've got a lot more traffic, at a location or something. So it's really meant for rehab purposes. But it is pretty what we would call clean money, meaning not a lot of requirements to it.
Okay, so we kind of have some leeway with what we do with
Correct.
it.
Well,
Okay.
it's pretty much rehab is what we want to do with it.
Rehab,
It's kind of our
okay.
bread and butter rehab money, so, yeah.
So rehab meaning stuff that needs work.
Paving, pothole patching, all the, keep the
Okay.
lights on kind of thing and keep the road in good shape, so.
Well, so with that being said, the reason I pulled this item is because, so just for those out there that are listening that don't read the staff reports and things like that, which about 770,000-ish of the money of the 900,000 that we're asking to be approved is for the base bid to do new road sealing, asphalt, in all the areas that you were specified on the map. Lake Canyon, Emerald Vista, Vermoy is one of them.
Industrial.
Industrial Drive.
Correct.
And there's a couple other small things. And then, so if I'm reading the staff report correctly, the bid came in cheaper than what we expected. So because of that, we were saying, well, we have a couple other options to do with some of the extra money. So the option that's being recommended is alternative number 2, which is $222,000 for the implementation of the bicycle lanes. These are the green bicycle lanes.
Correct.
Like we have on the west side. So basically, the reason I brought this up was because, when we did the west side with the bicycle lanes, I went out there and I'll be, completely honest, I was an advocate. I wasn't happy about it. I wasn't a fan. But when I went to public and I listened to people in the public and kind of see what they had to say, and then kind of did the same thing here. There's actually some input being brought in on this. And my problem with it is for the most part, a lot of people are not in favor of these lanes. Now, I don't want to sound like I'm somebody against safety, but these lanes, to me, are very aesthetically displeasing to Galt. And I think that, and I have just an example, I would like to read just a couple quick comments that I received. One of the citizens said, better crosswalks and painted green lines are not going to make me feel more comfortable letting little Johnny ride his bike in the street. Second comment, I can only comment on the west side of town because I don't frequent the east side. I live between two schools and we have those green lanes everywhere. It doesn't appear to have increased any number of kids using them or biking. Another person says, it's not our streets that worry me, it's the freaking crazy people out there that drive. Getting rid of them, I will consider letting my child ride, but no amount of green bike lanes will do that. So just, these are just a few of many comments, but my problem is I just, you know, I would not want one of those painted in front of my house. I know Emerald Vista is a very nice street. I know the neighborhood. I know there's some people, I know some friends that live on the street, and I know that they wouldn't be very happy with those painted up and down. I feel like when we got the ones last year, I actually spoke with the city of Dixon, and I spoke with people about the Safe Routes to School project, and there was some little bit of misinformation floating around then. You know, we were saying, well, the way the lanes are painted and the way they're this and that, it's all mandated. But there was different levels of implementation that we could have done with those lanes. We didn't need them to be so much green. There could have been a lot more of like white striping with green at the ends. And I went and looked at some of Dixon's, and they're actually very much different than some of ours. So I feel like we got it at like a 10 when we could have had it at maybe like a 5. So to wrap this up, I just think that, you know, as our community grows and we add more houses and things, it's always a struggle for me. And I think one of the biggest things that I've always said is going to be a challenge for me as a council member in my term is keeping Galt have that small town feel while we're growing. That's the biggest challenge, is always trying to keep our identity while we grow. And I think that that's achievable. I really do. But things like this really come off to me like changing the identity of our town. We're not San Francisco, you know, we're not San Jose. I mean, if we were, you know, Silicon Valley, and we have a lot of high density residential, and we had a lot of people working in town, and people were riding their e-scooters and their bicycles and walking and commuting to work that way, it would be different. But Galt is not that town, and I feel like we're trying to force Galt to be that town. And I think that, to me, this is one of those things where the negatives really kind of outweigh the positives. So I'm not against the safety of bicycles, but I just don't think that I would like to see $222,000 being spent on something that I don't think the citizens want. I think if you really went out and polled people, or really we had more input from the community when we do things, I think it would be a lot better if we did that. And I think you would find that this isn't a real popular option. So I don't know how the rest of the council feels. I have no problem with the base, but for me, I'm very much against the $220,000 for that option. I feel like I think we could find a better use for that money in other parts of the community. So that's what I had to say about it.
You know, that's, I'm glad he pulled that item. With the base paid scope of work, I think is perfect. I agree with that. But the alternate, this is a grant money. And the grant money we need to use wherever we really need. Bike lanes, I like it. But you know, this is not the city. How many people in the city go to work on a bike? This is not a Sacramento downtown. This is not a Stockton downtown. People use that bike. I'm talking about we need to find alternative, whatever this $224,000 to use, if we can. And otherwise, I also want to ask if that money can be used somewhere else, because it's a grant money to repair the other street to somewhere else.
So maybe to answer your question, Councilmember Sandu, essentially the TDA money, that's the Transportation Development Act, and you see that there's 2 flavors of it, the bike and ped portion and then the streets and roads maintenance portion. So essentially, the bike money has to basically be used for bike facilities. We can't really use it on, you know, pothole patching or striping or things like that. So when you look at that, that's about $91,000 of it. And then the other 322 from the TDA Streets and Roads, there's actually another program called the Local Transportation Fund, and that's under the TDA. So that is what we call LTF money. That is basically, you're supposed to first and foremost use it for multimodal type elements, meaning like bike lanes and things like that, sidewalks, those kinds of things, ADA ramps, And then after that, you can use it for road patching or paving, those kinds of things. So basically, both of those funds are what's being used for these bike lanes here, and that's the primary purpose of those funds, so.
So that means 91,000 for that, but the rest of the money can we use?
No, it's like I said, it's intended for multimodal elements. Initially, that's the first priority for that. See that almost $323,000?
So it's 91,000 out of 323 or 91 out of
No,
222?
there's actually, and I'm looking at, sorry, I apologize, I'm on the staff report looking at page 3. I don't know if you have it, but there's two different sources of money being used for that. You've got about 91,000 from the bike ped money that has to be used for bike and pedestrian facilities. And then there's another flavor of it, the LTF that I was referring to. That's about $321,000. So those two combined are making up essentially that bike ped portion that we're talking about here, so.
Okay, so I have two comments to that. You said bike ped, pedestrian. So that would be, you said sidewalks and other things. I mean, so,
Correct.
I mean, so there is other things that we could, I mean, there is other things in town. I mean, you mentioned
Oh, I
ADA
see what
ramps and
you're
crosswalks, all that stuff. That's great. I mean, I loved I loved about 90% of the things we got with Safe Routes to School. I loved the corners. I loved the lighted crosswalks. All that was very much, I think there's still some areas that probably could use more stuff like that. But the bike lane thing and the second part of that is, you know, again, I think that sometimes there's an opportunity for funds for things. And it doesn't necessarily mean that we should always say, okay, yeah, I'll take that money and I'll do that. I mean, if it's not something we need, now I know some people are saying, well, but it's for safety, you know, for the bicycles. But seriously, I mean, aesthetically, I mean, I don't know if you've driven that, well, I'm sure you have, but if you go on A Street, I mean, I have a friend that lives on A Street, cars at the Green Mile. It's literally like, I just don't know that we should be saying, yeah, we got this 91,000 and we have to spend. If it was primarily said you have to paint, you know, those bike lanes with the 91,000, if it was that specific, I still don't know if I'd be in favor of it. That's how strongly I feel about it. But if there's any other way we could do some other pedestrian safety type stuff with that money, I would be open-minded to it.
Yeah, it's not that there aren't other, oh, sorry.
I wanted to make a plea for the green bike lane. You know, as the city grows, we've got to start looking at alternative forms of transportation. And I think enhancing bike infrastructure in the city of Galt actually helps our small town charm. I mean, that is why people come here. And you think of a small town, you think of people biking. So our existing facilities for bike lanes is woefully inadequate. On some of the major streets, it's nothing but a glorified gutter. In many cases, it's very narrow. There's been numerous studies that show that the green lanes are safer for bicyclists to travel on. Now, these lanes, you know, they do take time for people to acclimate to start using and being more comfortable. But I think as the city grows, I think it's incumbent upon us to start looking at strategies to help give people the opportunity to bike more when they have that opportunity. It isn't for everybody, I agree. I mean, there's plenty of people that will write in and say it's not for them. We're not hitting everybody. We're trying to get the people that would bike an opportunity to bike. And there's all kinds of studies out there that show that those green bike lanes work. And they go in a range of cities. I've seen them in the smallest cities to Manhattan. So they're not just for the large cities, they're for the smaller cities. And frankly, I think for Galt, I think it enhances our small town charm by getting vehicles off the road and getting people to bike where they can. So I'm making an impassioned plea for the green bike lane. I was part of the process to actually implement them. And I think we actually dialed down the green lanes in general. And the Safe Routes to School, like the whole lane was green. But we pulled it down to just get the conflict zones green because that is more the industry standard. So I make that plea to you.
Well, in the streets on A Street, though, I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of green. I was like in Dixon, for example, there's a lot of white lanes, which you'll see in a lot of cities. You'll see the bike lane. They'll have the little bike logo in there and they'll have a white lane.
Right.
And then just the very end, there was the hash, kind of the hashtags with the green.
Right.
But we're seeing like, you know, I don't know, you probably know the exact measurements, but I'm guessing it's probably 15 to 20 feet of solid green on a lot of the lanes. It's a lot of like and I think when you mention bicyclists, you really have to put bicyclists in two categories. You have your recreational bicyclists and you have your commuters. Galt, I mean, I don't know if Galt will ever be that community where we have people saying, you know what, I'm going to bike to work today. Just because we're a veteran community, people just simply don't work here. Most people don't work here. So really what you're left with is your recreational people. And that's really what the majority of Galt's bicyclists are, is recreational. And I think that, and as you know now, technically if you're an avid cyclist, you could ride in the street. I mean, that's the law. You could ride in the road if you wanted to. A lot of people don't do that. But I think to say that we're going to promote more cycling, if you have people that are really hardcore cyclists, recreational, they're already going to be riding in there. There's no green lane that's going to be like, it's not going to make them want to bike more or whatever. So now what you're appealing to is getting more people to become recreational bicyclists. And I'm sorry, but I just don't think that the green bike lanes are going to encourage families to want to put little Johnny and little Mary out in the road, no matter what the bike lane, just because I wouldn't let my kid, I'd keep him on the sidewalk. Even though it's not legal, I just wouldn't. And so I just feel, again, I'm trying to protect the aesthetics, and I know our vision of, and you and I usually, Chris, are on the same page, and I know you're very passionate about this, and it pains me to give you grief on this particular subject. It does. But I just, I wasn't in a position last time to say no. I was just, I wasn't in office then. But now I'm in this position, and I promised myself that if I was here come next year and this, whatever, that I was going to speak my mind about it. We might vote tonight that we're going to do the bike lanes, and then so be it. But I just want to voice my opinion against it. I'm not supportive of it. If we get them, we get them. If we don't, we don't. But that's how I feel about it. And I just want to make that known. So.
Before I call on the city manager, I do know a lot of younger Galtonians who don't have cars yet, who do use the bikes to get to their first job and things. I was just talking to a few of them this week. So those narrow lanes are scary.
I just had a question for either Mike or Chris, and is this at all related to the Complete Streets plan, the establishment of bike lanes? And
Well, it is in the city's bike master plan.
so, but do bike lanes play a role in the definition of complete streets?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes, definitely.
And so, is there then any detriment to the city, whether it be future funding or anything relative to not following a complete streets plan that the council should at least be aware of if they are thinking about not establishing bike lanes and multimodal forms of travel, which typically are what define complete streets and is one of the things that gives rise to bike lanes, amongst other things in particular. So is there any detriment or benefit or detriment?
The potential detriment is basically agencies are required by state law to periodically have or update a bicycle master plan. And if you don't within reasonable timeframes, then you essentially rule yourself out of eligibility for any grant funding. So that's the potential detriment of it.
I personally don't have a problem with the green bike lanes, and for no other reason than safety. I'm going to vote in favor of it. I mean, that's, to me, it's just common sense. It alerts the driver. It gives a measure of safety to the bicyclists, and I think it is an enhancement to facilitate safe biking.
Councilmember Lozano?
Yeah, I just have a comment. I had the opportunity to be in another coastal town city about a year ago, which was shortly after our green bike lanes went in on this side. And it does alert drivers. I understood exactly where the bike lane started, where there were entrances coming out, cars that may be turning. So for me, it's a safety issue. And again, I don't think we need to paint every street with a bike lane, green bike lane, but certainly if we are trying to, for economic development reasons, bring people into the town, we need those who don't normally drive our roadways to understand that that's what's there. And in that town that I was in, it was real obvious, and they weren't new. You could tell they were worn. So for me, it was very helpful.
I actually like the way they look. They're nice and clean. And a lot of people have asked me, what are those green lanes for? I'm like, well, basically, watch out for bikers. Oh, that makes sense. So I really appreciate them. I think they're nice and clean, and I like how they look.
My last comment, which proves my point, a lot of drivers don't know what they are, so it doesn't really make bicyclists safer when drivers don't really know what they are. But I think the problem is, I'm not so much, the concerning is the neighborhoods where the bike lanes are, not so much the main corridors, but when they get into neighborhoods. I actually had, when the last ones got put in, I had a homeowner come to me who was selling their house at the time, and she was very upset because the big green stretch was right in front of her house, and she had literally had potential buyers that were like, yeah, not for me. It just, whatever. I know where Kurt lives, I know where Rich lives, and I don't think either one of those gentlemen would want a big green stripe right in front of their house, but some people are gonna get that, and that is part of the problem for me. I wish that, is there a design different we could go? Can we scale back the green and just go with the white lane and just, instead of having so much, like, different than what we did last time?
Right. So there's the Bible, if you will, when it comes to traffic control and striping and signing and things, called the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices. And so in that MUTCD, we call it, essentially the standards for these treatments are laid out, kind of thing. So when you start deviating from them, then you start to, run the risk of a potential lawsuit. Well, why didn't you build it to standard, kind of thing? So
I was told by Safe Streets, Safe Routes to School person last year, though, that there was no exact requirement on how the lane had to, there was measurements like widths and things like that, but how much green and where often, there was just suggested details, but not whatever.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know if.
that's accurate.
Okay.
So for a Class 2 bike lane, that's essentially what the green lane is a Class 2. So we have a master bicycle plan that basically identifies all Class 1 locations, all Class 2, and then all Class 3. Class 3 is basically a sign on the road, no striping. Class 2 actually has width requirements, but you're right, the treatment on it could all be different. But as was stated, the separate color, the green, or whatever you choose, is just shown to keep alert drivers and keep them off that lane. And then the Class 1 is the separated lane. They are coming out with a new class, a Class 4, that is a separated lane adjacent to a street, which we're looking at doing for Carillion Boulevard. So when we're looking at these bike lanes and we're looking at where they're going, we're guided by our bicycle master plan. And, that's updated periodically as we grow and, things change, but it pretty much guides where those lanes are.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
So that's it for the council discussion. I do have, Sam Mitchell, do you have a public comment on this? Okay.
Just a quick clarification, does this include some of the Carillion with the roundabouts and the reducing of the lanes and such?
The complete streets for Carillion Boulevard is going to look a little bit different, but it is a complete streets model.
Right. I guess my concern was, what I mostly wanted to talk about today was, I don't understand why we continue to make these improvements on North and South Streets, right? When this town desperately needs an east and west safe route corridor. So if we've got surplus money, I don't understand why we're not putting it into there. I don't care if you paint them purple, pink, red, it doesn't matter. But my son, he can't go to the gym, he can't go to boxing. There is no safe route that I would trust to put him on a bicycle to go from one side of town to the other side of town.
Agreed.
And so if we have a surplus of money, let's stop chopping down Carillion into one lane with 42 roundabouts. It's just gonna move traffic onto Lake Park where I live. And I don't want people speeding up and down Lake Park, right? We get it, speeding's an issue. You guys are doing a good job at that. I see you guys posted out more. Address speeding as speeding, not as bike lane colors, all right? We don't need any more north and south corridors. We need east and west corridors in this town. That's the only way. That's how you get to work. I can't go to Cardinal Glass on my bicycle if I live on the other side of town. It's the fact. We got the folks that are working in retail are on this side of town, trying to get over there to the Walmart to go to work, and the folks that are on this side of town are trying to get over there on the industrial side to go to work. It's just the way our demographics are laid out. We're not doing anything to address them. So that was pretty much my comment on that. So, Sean, I support you wanting to put that on hold. I thought it was a great idea. I think it's a good idea for us to look at what we're doing, but we need to figure out where we're doing it. Cool, thanks.
Thank you. That was some good thoughts and to think about in the future. Thinking about getting across. Okay.
Move for approval, adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with Knife River Construction, authorizing a 10% contingency, authorizing the Public Works Director to conduct the change orders in the improved contingency, and the Public Works Director to accept the improvements and file a notice of completion.
Thank you, Councilmember Campion. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Lozano. Roll call vote, please.
Vice Mayor Farmer,
No.
Councilmember Sandu,
No.
Councilmember Campion,
Aye.
Councilmember Lozano,
Aye.
Mayor Lamson.
Aye. Motion passes 3-2. Moving on to scheduled matters. West Side Galt Lighting Landscape and Maintenance District, 1990 to 2002, public hearing approving the engineer's report confirming the assessment diagram and assessments to be levied and levying the annual assessments for fiscal year 1920. Do I need to open the public hearing? Or staff report first?
Yes, if there's a presentation, you can take the presentation
Okay, and then we'll open public
first and
hearing.
then open the public hearing.
Good evening, Mayor Lamson, City Council. Bill Forrest with your City of Galt Public Works Department. I'm Senior Civil Engineer and the District Engineer for the three lighting and landscape districts in the city. The recommendation before you is, after the presentation, conduct separate public hearings on each of the three districts, starting with the west side, then moving to the northeast, and then concluding with L&L District number 3, and then with each, after receiving any testimony during the public hearing, adopt a resolution approving the engineer's report for each district as being heard, and levying of the proposed assessment for the fiscal year 2019-2020. This is a map of the city showing the three lighting and landscape districts. The gold color is the northeast district, the magenta or purple is the west side district, and the blue is district number 3. Both the northeast and the west side were formed in 1990, and the district number 3 was formed in 2005. Whoops. There we go. For the West Side District, there were no annexations or parcel splits or parcel mergers, so it's pretty much the same as it's been. Just the assessments have been fixed since their inception in 1990, mostly due to Proposition 218. The typical assessment for a single-family residential parcel ranges from roughly $36 to $221, and there are different what are called benefit zones within the West Side District, and depending on the budget and what that respective district maintains, that's why you see a difference in the various assessments for the parcels. Point of information, the West Side District does receive subsidies from the general fund for the past fiscal year that just concluded, equated to about a $13,000 subsidy from the general fund, and per the budget adopted, the subsidy from the general fund to the West Side District for this fiscal year 1920 will be a little over $14,000.
Mr. Forrest, I have a quick question. 36, this is for the edification for the audience, the $36 to $221, that's an annual fee, correct?
Correct. Actually, all of these are annual fees that show up on your property tax bill as what is called direct levies. So with that, County of Sacramento gives you an option of making your property tax payment into 2 payments, I believe December and April approximate times. So yes, that is an annual assessment for the parcel. Okay, thank you. Depending on the benefit zone that it's in. So with that, I'll conclude presentation on the west side. Have you, if it pleases council, open the public hearing, take any testimony, and then take action on the west side district recommendation and resolution.
Okay. Open the public hearing. Is there any public comment on the west side landscaping, lighting and landscaping? So close it. Close the public hearing. And now, I'm gonna get a motion to receive a presentation and conduct a public hearing, last report. Upon closing the public hearing, adopt a resolution approving the west side Galt lighting, landscaping, and maintenance district 1990-02 engineers report and levying of annual assessments for fiscal year 2019-20. Can I get a motion?
Moved.
Moved by Councilmember Campion, second.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Sandu. Roll call vote, please.
Vice Mayor Farmer,
Aye.
Councilmember Sandu,
Aye.
Councilmember Campion,
Aye.
Councilmember Lozano,
Aye.
Mayor Lamson.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Next up,
Next up is the Northeast Lighting Landscape District. There was a parcel split, actually a 70 lot parcel split of the River Oaks 3C subdivision, and then one annexation of commercial property, which is the Gillies Car and Dog Wash, currently under construction. The assessments per parcel are also fixed and have not changed since the district inception in the 1990s. For a single-family residential unit, again, this would be an annual assessment depending on the what benefit zone the parcel lies within the district. The residential can vary from $51 per year to $301. Northeast area has approximately 14, 15 benefit zones within it. Like the west side, I've within the staff reports, both the intention to levy, which was heard by council in June. We've talked about, as the assessments in the west side and the northeast area have been fixed, expenditures exceed revenues, reserves within each of the districts have been going down. The northeast area received a one-time, what was called a catch-up assessment of $280,000. That was associated with a condition of approval with the River Oaks 3 subdivision. And so as they've concluded their final phase of that, they paid this catch-up assessment as what was conditioned on the River Oaks 3 development. So for the time, it actually puts the district in a one-time healthy footing. But even with that, the general fund will subsidize the Northeast L&L district as expenditures exceed the assessment revenue of $68,000 for this coming fiscal year. So with that, I conclude my presentation on the Northeast area. If there's any further questions,
questions for council?
So my question is, this we're doing every year, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, open public hearing. Any public comment on the Northeast?
Oh, I do have a comment.
Oh.
Sorry.
Sorry, has
I
to pass.
apologize. I just want to kind of point out, I think we all received the email from a resident in this particular benefit zone or district, like landscape district, regarding desired repairs to Lake Canyon Park. And she was unable to be here tonight, and I let her know that I would make mention that she emailed and had some concerns with the drinking fountain and restroom and some the mowing issues there at the park. And so I forwarded that on to the interim city manager for a response, and I know that we're working on that to address some of her concerns in that area. So the other thing I have is the $68,000 that's subsidy needed for this year. We are approving that tonight.
I believe you technically approved it with the adoption of the midterm budget in early June.
Got it. Got it. Thank you.
Any more public comment on the Northeast? Close public hearing. Can I get a motion to approve the Northeast Galt Landscaping and Lighting District Engineers Report and levying of annual assessments for fiscal year 2019 to 2020?
So moved.
Is that by Councilmember Lozano?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Campion. Roll call vote, please.
Vice Mayor Farmer.
Aye.
Councilmember Sandu.
Aye.
Councilmember Campion.
Aye.
Councilmember Lozano.
Aye.
Mayor Lamson.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Next up, number 3.
Lighting Landscaping District number 3. This district was set up to include a cost of living adjustment, a consumer price index. It establishes at minimum, it can be 1.5% based upon the index. For this past year, it actually increased 2.7, so that's the allowed increase. Going back to the map, there was Trail Ridge Apartments from when I came to you in June. You may have noticed for this particular district a different parcel count than what was presented in June. And what happened there was a lot merger of approximately about 5 lots that comprised the Trail Ridge apartment into one. And so when I was last before you in June and now, the county merged those lots as one assessor's parcel. So, and then similarly, what's referred to as the Van Horn parcel map off of Oak Avenue, that went from last year from just one parcel, and they subdivided it into 3. So that reflects the various, if you will, parcel adjustments or splits or mergers in the LNL District number 3. The proposed assessment for a single-family residential parcel is $337.48, which again is roughly a 2.7% increase, which equates to an increase per annual of $8.88 per parcel. Revenues for this district are in excess of the expenditures, and we'll be using those increase in revenues to fund future capital improvement projects, because as mentioned, the district was formed in 2005, so we're now coming up on about 14 years of things that the LNL district pays to operate and maintain. Not to say that there are anything on the books right now, but, and then also build up a reserve for the district in that this year and last year, we did have excess revenues, but prior years, we did not. And the district actually operated in a deficit with, I believe, a small subsidy from the general fund. So with that, I conclude my presentation on L&L District Number 3.
Any discussion? Councilman Lozano? No. Okay, open public hearing. Any public comment? Close public hearing. All right, can I get a motion approving the engineering report confirming the assessment diagram and assessments to be levied and levying the annual assessments for fiscal year 2019-2020?
So moved.
Moved by Councilmember Lozano,
Second.
seconded by Councilmember Campion. Roll call vote, please.
Vice Mayor Farmer,
Aye.
Councilmember Sandu,
Aye.
Councilmember Campion,
Aye.
Councilmember Lozano,
Aye.
Mayor Lamson.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, regular calendar. City Manager's Office. Agreement to negotiate exclusively with Lewis Acquisition Company LLC to explore the potential development of the Galt Market property and surrounding city-owned property.
Mayor Lamson, Amy Mendez, our Economic Development Manager, will be providing the staff report on this item, and then we will be available for questions.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of City Council. I don't think it's as cold up there as it is sitting over here, at least, so. And thank you, Tom, for the introduction. This has been somewhat of a group effort. I will give the presentation, but we've had community development and City Manager's Office, obviously, really involved in this project over the past, year or so that we've been working on it. And so the item on tonight's agenda is in relation to the Galt Market property master plan. And let me see if, as many of you are aware, the city owns approximately 44 acres, which includes the Galt Market property, parking lots, city buildings, the sports complex, Veterans Field, and the Aquatic Center, actually kind of where we're sitting right now. And this area encompasses a total of 44 acres. The history of the Galt Market property goes back a ways. The property was actually owned by the state of California and was used to host farmers' meetings and the Sacramento County Fair. And in 1969, it was deeded over to the city of Galt. And so the city has owned the property since 1969, but it was actually deeded with the restriction that we substantially use the property for parks and recreation purposes. And so that restriction has stayed on the property since 1969 and virtually sat vacant in the years after the property was received by the city. In 1982, Assembly Bill 3773 was passed, which was emergency legislation, and it allowed the city to sell or lease up to 7 acres with funding to be used to develop and maintain park and recreation facilities. The Assembly Bill also allowed the city to utilize the property to conduct a city-operated flea market with rents dedicated to parks and recreation. So the restriction was that we could operate the flea market, but the rent would have to be used for parks and recreation purposes. And the remaining land would have to be used for parks and recreation development, essentially. Since 1982, the city has continued to operate the Galt Flea Market in compliance with AB 3773. The current environment of the market, as we all know, the market has historically provided the largest source of revenue for parks and recreation. However, over the past several years, there has been a shift in retail consumer behavior that has resulted in a significant decline in revenue generated by the market. The market property is underutilized. It's a large piece of property, which is only used on Tuesdays and Wednesdays for the market. The market operating Tuesdays and Wednesdays in the heyday was a great opportunity for wholesalers. But now that the internet has come online and retail consumer behavior has changed a little bit, we've seen a significant decline in the market revenue. This slide here shows the revenues and expenditures over time that the market has generated. This goes back to 2009. So the revenue generated by the market after including the expenditures is still $1.46 million. So it is still a significant source of revenue for the city's Parks and Rec program. However, the downward trend is expected to continue, which is causing a major constraint on Parks and Recreation. The city obviously doesn't have the funds to subsidize the program in the budget situation that we're in right now. And so with this, we as staff decided to consider other alternatives for the market, and which is what prompted us to apply for a grant from the California Energy Commission. So the market is still significantly profitable for Parks and Recreation. And so looking at that decline and considering the fact that that is expected to continue, we were looking at ways to redevelop the market, redesign the market, provide other opportunities for retail or entertainment uses, maybe that could be utilized residential purposes to provide some pedestrian traffic, to invigorate the market. And so with the California Energy Commission grant that was received, we were awarded $120,000 roughly to redevelop and do a master plan of the market property. With the grant, we decided that we would look at consolidation of government activities. Obviously, City Hall is here located on the Galt Market property, the property that the city owns. We talked about potentially engaging with the school district or other county agencies to take advantage of joint uses of facilities. Also talked about demonstration of sustainable reuse principles for the property, which is obviously the premise of the California Energy Commission. And with that, the discussion was outreaching to stakeholders to determine what the best land use would be for the property. So with the $120,000, the decision was to potentially move forward with a consultant to do a master plan of the property. In 2018, this became an initiative of the strategic plan that the City Council adopted. And again, we looked at potential joint use with administration facilities, library expansion potentially, recreational, residential, retail, entertainment uses. We sort of engaged the idea that this could be a multi-purpose site with the Galt Market property or the Galt Market operation. And the strategy components were to identify the strategy for the market property by spring of 2018 and issue an RFQ, or request for qualifications, to find a potential partner, initially talking about a consultant design firm to come help us with the overall plan. The idea with the strategy is to, or the master plan, I should say, is to explore uses that could utilize the market property on days that the market isn't operating, or potentially redesign the layout of the market to function more efficiently. There's no discussion about getting rid of the market or doing away with it. It really was just a matter of how do we redesign it and re-engage the community and the region to bring people to the area. The master plan would explore ancillary commercial, entertainment, and higher density residential uses, with really the core purpose of attracting more people to the area throughout the week and providing a gathering place for the community. As I mentioned, the evolution of the project started with the idea of an RFQ, a request for qualifications, bringing a master plan design firm on board to help us sort of design the land plan for the site. And we quickly realized that cities are really good at designing plans that they don't put in place because they aren't feasible. And our concern was that we would gather input from the community and have a land plan that wasn't economically feasible, the market couldn't absorb. And so we decided to start talking to architects and design firms and developers to determine what the best way to go about this master plan would be. And in our discussions, we must have met with a dozen or more different groups, and we were introduced to the Lewis Group. The Lewis Group of companies is one of the nation's largest privately held real estate and development companies. We have a representative here tonight from the Lewis Group. Jeb Elmore is here, and he is going to be speaking at the end of my presentation. I think he'd like to give kind of a quick introduction. The Lewis Group of companies is one of the largest shopping center developers in California. They are multifaceted in mixed-use, residential, multifamily, commercial, and industrial development. They have significant experience in public-private partnerships, and I think that they provide the wealth of knowledge and experience in development that the city would need in order to really make this a successful project in the community. The Lewis Group is working currently with the City of Vallejo and Sassoon City on similar public-private partnerships. They also worked on, this picture shows the Victoria Gardens project in Rancho Cucamonga, which I had an opportunity to visit a couple of weeks ago, and it is an amazing project. So the idea and what's on tonight's agenda is an agreement to negotiate exclusively with the Lewis Group of companies. It's important to note that this agreement does not commit the city to any type of development. It's simply a time both for the city and the Lewis Group to explore the best possible outcome for the property. The agreement would be valid for 9 months with a 120-day extension allowed as authorized by the city manager. The agreement provides Lewis Group time to conduct due diligence on the property, including a review of feasibility of development on the site, in consideration of the deed restrictions, and we'll talk a little bit about that in a few minutes. A conceptual plan, including design and aesthetic considerations for the site, physical evaluation of the property, including environmental and soil investigations, financial feasibility, and market investigations. You know, what actually is of interest for different retailers or entertainment users or residential developers that might be interested in the property. What can we do on the site that is actually feasible? This does have a pretty significant component of public participation, and we know in talking to City Council, we've discussed this project at length with the council members, but that's really important to council, is to make sure that the community is involved in this. And so there are, I believe, 3 meetings within the next 9 months with the community to gather input on what they would like to see happen on this property. This also includes regular progress updates to city staff and to city council for joint decision-making purposes. One of the most important parts, I think, of this project is going to be the financial feasibility. And we need to ensure that the revenue stream for Parks and Rec is not negatively impacted, and we realize that. And I think the Lewis Group of companies realizes that as well. We've discussed this with them at length. That revenue source needs to continue. It needs to be a long-term revenue stream for Parks and Recreation. And, you know, the intent is really to make sure that it's sustainable, because right now that's not what's happening. And so moving forward tonight would be the agreement with Lewis Group to begin the exclusive negotiating on the site and the feasibility analysis. The deed restrictions evaluation is one thing that we've talked about with City Council and with our city attorney. The Parks and Rec deed restriction remains on the property, on the majority of it. And needing to determine what the ability is to change the legislation on the property, not to divert the revenue stream from Parks and Recreation, but to allow different uses on the site so that it's something that we can market outside of just Parks and Recreation. There's not a lot of money that we're going to be able to accumulate on the property as it relates to funding Parks and Recreation if that deed restriction remains. And so the discussion is really to outreach to our legislators to determine what the appetite is to modify that deed restriction. The execution of this agreement is merely an agreement to enter into a period of exclusive negotiations. If successful, and the Lewis Group presents a conceptual site plan and project description that is favorable to all parties, The agreement would be amended to include a second negotiation period to devise a conveyance and development agreement, which would outline the parameters for development of the property. So that would come later on, after this process has kind of been vetted. So in August, developing a marketing plan, that would be on the Lewis Group of Companies. Public outreach, there's 3 meetings between August and November that would be held. A preliminary conceptual plan would be developed in September based on some of the meetings and staff input. There would be a Planning Commission, City Council joint workshop to discuss sort of what has been discussions as it relates to the legislation options. And a conceptual plan would be brought to City Council in hopefully February of 2020 if everything goes as planned moving forward. In terms of the fiscal considerations for the site and for this project, as mentioned, we have $120,000 from the CEC, the California Energy Commission, to be used to create a master plan and explore redevelopment opportunities on the site. And so the city would be providing that $120,000, working with a consultant on the master plan in conjunction with the Lewis Group that would be conducting the feasibility analysis. So $5,000, the Lewis Group would deposit into an escrow account for the initial feasibility of AB 3773, just to determine what the deed restriction options are on the property. If the discussions are favorable and both parties, the city and the Lewis Group, are interested in pursuing and moving forward with the negotiating agreement, then an additional $20,000 would come from the Lewis Group to cover any special expenses. And then later on, we would have the ability to request additional amount to cover any estimated remaining costs that might be out there. This map shows the entire area, master plan area, that has been identified. The blue is the city-owned property. The red is the school district property, so Fairside School is shown on that site. We've had some preliminary discussions with the school district, and it sounds like they would potentially be interested in pursuing maybe some type of an agreement to either sell or somehow work with the city or with Lewis Group to dispose of the southern portion of the site that they're not utilizing. The green area is privately owned property. That's what you see sort of against the freeway. The school district does own the school district offices, the elementary school district does, and so that's the red portion up against the C Street. The other green properties are all privately owned, and you know, in terms of development, those would just be site planned as part of the land use plan, not necessarily looking to get those developed right away. But part of this plan would include circulation and traffic considerations. One of the things that we see as a potential issue, and already is an issue at this point, is those freeway frontage properties are really valuable, but access is very difficult. And so wanting to make sure that we look at the traffic circulation and create sort of an entry and gateway point for the community as you come into the city off the freeway is important. As I mentioned, revenue from the Galt market is an important funding mechanism to Parks and Recreation, and as revenue continues to decline, the general fund will need to make up the loss, but the general fund is already constrained, as we know. So service reductions may be necessary. Working with the Lewis Group on a master plan provides an opportunity for the city to create a focal point and a gathering place for the community while providing a sustainable source of revenue for Parks and Recreation, and that really is ultimately the goal of this project. With that, staff is recommending that council approve the agreement to negotiate exclusively with the Lewis Group on the Galt Market Master Plan and begin the feasibility analysis of the project. If you would like, I can have Jeb come up and speak briefly on the Lewis Group and sort of what their plan is.
Thank you, Amy. Good evening, Mayor Lamson and City Council. It's a pleasure to be here tonight to explore an opportunity with the City of Galt on the Galt Marketplace. Back when Chris, Amy, and well, before Tom, but we were asked to come to the city to discussed the project and saw a lot of opportunity and especially a lot of potential missed opportunity from the city's part with regards to planning for the future with what we're seeing as likely a non-sustainable source of future revenue in a rightly positioned location for the city, especially with its proximity to the freeway, interchanges in downtown, of course. Just a real brief introduction and writing off of Amy's, the Lewis Group of Companies is a 64-year-old family-owned and operated company based in California with starting operations in Sacramento and Sacramento County in the mid-'70s, so we certainly treat ourselves as a local developer. The company, it's a very unique company in the fact that they're very diverse, and it was spoken to a little bit in the presentation, but the level of retail and commercial and residential development in various forms and fashions and built together, which is certainly what we believe this property could certainly handle, is really rare and unique in the development world. Our company, as just some numbers to throw out, has developed about 16 million square feet of retail, office, and commercial, and developed a little over 55,000 homes, and has built and owned over 12,000 apartments. So certainly looking things from a scalable perspective, but really honing in on infill properties such as this one as our core aspect. Obviously in the exclusive right to negotiate that's before you tonight for your consideration, as Amy properly outlined, it's a very measured approach with specific milestones that we need to achieve along the way. And if we don't achieve them along the way, then we would expect you to tell us, allow us an opportunity to recover, which we won't because we're going to achieve those milestones. But it was done purposely in a measured step, so the city wasn't just holding out 9 months of what do we do. Each month, each step is going to be met. And really what the focus is on in those steps are really reviewing the title restrictions so we can understand what the options are even available for the property at all. Can it be leased? Can it be bought? Can we transfer it? Can we trade it? All sorts of options need to be explored. And also, of course, the community outreach, which in meeting with all of you and staff was very important to us and you and the community, of course. So a series of outlined community outreach events will occur before any sort of presentation from a conceptual project is presented. Also not in the E&A are two very important things. First of all, there's no purchase terms at all. So we are walking in, putting our time, our expertise forth without any agreement on purchase terms because it's very hard to discuss purchase terms and we don't know what ultimately can happen with the property, whether it stays as is, and of course we hope to develop it all or a portion of the property. And what's also not included in the exclusive right to negotiate agreement is a project concept. We are not walking in with any prescribed plan, prescribed land uses. The nice facet about our company is we can look at a lot of different options. And I appreciated what Amy represented in conversations with staff as well about a lot of times we see cities getting out ahead of themselves and developing plans and putting a lot of information on paper at extreme cost, only for developers like us to have to come in and say, well, here's what's wrong with the plan, here's why it's not sustainable, here's why it won't happen, only to undo and have to redo a lot of those costs. A lot of time is lost, a lot of costs are lost. So we appreciate the opportunity to be here on an exclusive basis. And again, this couldn't be more of a blank slate of a site. Obviously, the title and deed restrictions may speak to what specifically can or can't occur, and from there it will be our decision collectively, and really your decision ultimately, as far as what that ultimate plan is to be. And again, no applications will be submitted, no formal planning applications will be submitted at all, so only preliminary and exploratory conversations and discussions and review of the property would occur during the 9 months. Now, we could get a great favorable reading and we could advance things a little faster, but obviously we're on I think a pretty tight time frame it is, so I believe we have slated the adequate time frame to do so. In light of such, I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys may have, and thank you very much for your consideration.
I appreciate you coming. That really helped explain a lot of things and put a lot of things out there that I'm sure we had questions on.
Thank you, Mrs. Mayor.
I bet there's still, don't go anywhere.
Nope.
I bet there's still some.
I have questions. I have many questions.
Excellent.
Sorry. So just so there's no misconceptions about what this is, because this is the 50-year anniversary when this property was given to, my family has deep roots on this property, just so you know that. I grew up on that property with my grandmother and grandfather as the auctioneer and the sale yard operator and stuff. So, I mean, it's near and dear to my heart. I understand the situation the property's in. I understand we need to rethink what's on it and this and that. But as we go forward in this process, I just want there to be no misconceptions to the public what this is. The Lewis Group's, correct me if I'm wrong, but the Lewis Company's intent with this property will ultimately be you're not really coming in as a consultant to tell us what we should do with the property. Ultimately, you guys are going to look at the feasibility, what can be done, then you ultimately are going to want to buy property from the city of Galt.
If I may I respond to that?
Yes, please.
So obviously, our company can operate in a many different forms and fashions, but you are right. We are not a consultant. We are definitely a developer, not doing this for a fee. We're doing it ultimately for hopeful anticipated profits associated with developing properties. That's what we do as a core function of our business. But those profits, of course, would all be measured in a very open book, transparent setting with your city, so everyone would know exactly how much costs and revenues would be on all sides. Our company does a couple of things. Our company, first and foremost, is a master developer. So we'll come in and typically acquire and/or process entitlements on property for various land uses in retail, commercial, industrial, residential, parks, schools, whatever they may be. And then the next step typically is the infrastructure. So not only do we do the planning, but we also will come in and actually build a lot of the backbone infrastructure. So that's obviously the most costly. And by the way, we self-finance all of these things. We don't use partners, financial lenders, any sort of outside money partners. We are self-finance everything out of our own pockets, so that's very important. And that also falls all the way through infrastructure as well. And from there, our company does a couple of things. If it's a for-sale residential property, then we would sell that to a third-party builder. Likely, we would develop it and then sell it for them to build homes on. If there's a retail or multifamily aspect, those are the two types of developments that we build and typically own for the long term. Now, whether or not the title restrictions allow a sale or lease, and in turn, if you guys allow a sale or a lease of the property, that's of course ultimately our interest, is to buy the property in turn to either lease, hold, or sell to a third party.
So just to clarify the word partnership, and partnership's used a lot in this arrangement, but it's not really a partnership. I mean, what we're trying to do is we're basically looking to sell property. City of Galt's looking at the feasibility of selling property to you as a developer who would then develop it into either commercial space, retail, residential, high-density residential. I've seen various whatever ideas in here. So just to clarify, would be the intent.
That is correct, yeah. We are partners in how the project would be born and how the project concept would come alive. Partners really with the community, not just the city in this regard. But you're right, as far as an ongoing involvement in the development, it would be a clean transfer at some point in time where we would not be partners on the actual asset itself.
So,
not the intention anyway.
So to clarify some other things, so obviously the main first thing is to figure out what can be done under the constraints of AB 3773. I'm very familiar with that. I've read it completely, so I'm very familiar with it and all the dates. So it basically, obviously was gifted to the city, residents, Parks and Recreation, and then the grounds are supposed to be used for Parks and Recreation. So you've mentioned in here that you guys are going to go look and see what can be done on it. But to be frank, I mean, really ideally you would like to change the legislation and lobby for the changing of the legislation if possible. I mean, that's really the goal, is to change it so it can be, so other things can be done on the property besides the use of recreation, like fields and softball fields and things like that. I mean, you guys want to change that legislation, that assembly bill, so that you could build retail or something on it, right?
Ultimately, I think that would be a very favorable outcome, certainly, for us to consider. At this point in time, as part of this specific document, we just want to explore to see if it even is the option of removing the deed restrictions or making a change to them. So yes, ultimately, I think pulling the deed restrictions off to free up the options on the property is the ultimate goal of ours. But at this stage, we just need to find out what are the possibilities are associated with such.
So then ultimately, I want to be very clear on a couple things. One is, and I would like to hear this from Ms. Mendez and from Mr. Haglund, because I know this wasn't a project that was brainchild when Mr. Haglund was in. It was, Amy was, but our previous city manager. At no time are we ever considering the revenue from this, any of this, to go anywhere other than Parks and Recreation.
Well, I'll answer that. I think that is going to be one of the things that the city has to strongly consider in any ultimate arrangement, because what I believe to be one of the greatest risks in this for the city, and the reason why I will have previously advocated and will continue to advocate that the city conduct multiple levels of risk assessment is that presently today, the Galt market provides us with a little more than $2.5 million in income in support of our parks and recreation programs. The net amount that we provide to Parks and Recreation is somewhere between $1.5 and $1.6 million. We have to take off the cost of market operations, of course. That's very significant. That's very significant to this community. And when this is an enterprise, a market that brings in more than $2.5 million, that is equal to or near equal to, or it might even be a little more than, the entirety of our sales tax, we can't consider this lightly or without assessing how it is we would replace that, at a minimum, that net amount of $1.5, $1.6 million going to Parks and Recreation. And because it really is going to be a fundamental question of how is it if we don't do something to preserve and protect the market for the long term and the long duration, we have to make a decision about whether or not we even think that's possible. Then if that answer is that we can't preserve and protect the market over the long term to continue to raise that amount of money and continue to contribute towards Parks and Rec, how is it that we replace that? And so that will be a decision that this council ultimately makes with regard to a successful project that could be very appealing both to the community and to the long-term financial structure. It might be possible to replace current market income with a much more sustainable, growable amount of income. But I would submit to you that it would have to be generating something on the order of the $1.5, $1.6 million to the city. Otherwise, there's going to be a disconnect with how we fund Parks and Recreation in this community.
Right. Well, my struggle is, though, I just want to, because I've read this very thoroughly, so I don't want there to be any confusion about exactly what we're talking about doing. I think in light of the whole waste thing that we're dealing with right now, I think that not diligently looking at every single word and picking apart exactly what this is would be just a disservice to the public. And to be honest with you, the Galt Flea Market is like iconic to Galt. So this is a really big deal. This could be the biggest thing that we ever do in Galt, by far. This could be the biggest thing that Galt's ever done within its city as far as development or anything like that. So so what I'm hearing is that when I read the report, it says, well, because of declining revenue, we need to try to, do something else to the property to bring that revenue back. But then, Mr. Hagel, when you're speaking now, you're saying, well, as long as whatever we do there is going to replace that 1.4, we're not looking at just replacing the 1.4. We're really looking at getting back to like 2.5 revenue like we were years back. What I'm getting at is, if we were to sell property to Lewis Group to develop, is that money going to go to the general fund, or is it going to go to Parks and Recreation, or is there going to be some kind of MOU considered where we sell the property and a certain portion of revenue off of that property goes to the Parks and Recreation? Ultimately, what I'm here to do is protect Parks and Recreation. That land was given to Galt for Parks and Recreation. Right now, we're talking about altering that in a way that we're going to use part of it not for Parks and Recreation. I just want to be clear that we're not also looking at altering it. We're not only changing it to be used for not Parks and Recreation, but we're also just going to take away the revenue stream for Parks and Recreation. I'm very adamant.
I disagree with that assessment. It assumes facts, not evidence. It assumes that there are conditions, terms and conditions in this agreement and in the staff report that are not there. Okay. And so, again, I would go back to what I said to you some moments ago. First and foremost, the decision about where, if a successful project to the benefit of the community were to be developed as a result of both the master plan and a partnership with the Lewis Group, then this city council will decide where that that money goes, whether there is still a need for a Fund 6, whether it would go to the general fund to fund Parks and Rec, whether it would go to a Fund 6 and operate the same way it does today for Parks and Recreation. That would ultimately be, at least in part, up to the council. I would say the majority of the decision is the council. Part of it may be a decision of how we're able to dispose of the land. There may be legislative conditions placed upon us that would require it to be used for Parks and Recreation, or for income as a result of that to be used for Parks and Recreation. But I think that it's actually much more simple and uncomplicated than that. You have Parks and Rec programs. How are you going to fund them in the future if under either scenario? Whether the market goes away or whether a successful development is in the offing that could produce income. How are you going to fund Parks and Rec? And I think that the simplistic sort of Occam's razor answer to that is you're going to have income. You're going to want to be sure that you have income from it so that you can fund Parks and Recreation programs.
And I think that there's been a fundamental shift, like Amy was talking about, in the operation of the market. I mean, the revenues have declined. I mean, it used to pull in close to $3 million, a little over $3 million a year. We're down at 2.5. Well, that has an economic impact on the community as a whole, because we're shifting general fund dollars to subsidize Parks and Rec at this point, where we did not do that in the past. This agreement, in my opinion, gives us the opportunity to explore alternatives. And that's all it is. It's exploratory. We're looking to see what the Lewis Group can brainstorm with staff to see what works on that site. They may come up with a plan that works great for Lewis Group. It doesn't work for the city. Then we don't move forward. When it comes down to what revenues are going to be generated, what funds are supposed to get them, what uses, what use restrictions, a lot of that is part of the exploratory portion that they're talking about, because we've got to deal with the legislature. We don't know. No one knows. So I think it's a lot of good questions, Sean, but right now, we don't have any answers, and until we start down that road to ask those questions and get those answers from outside, particularly the state, or get some feeling of how it's going to go, I think it's the best course of action, knowing that the market, in my opinion, will not be successful in the long term. The retail conditions have changed.
Right, and I agree. And I'm not advocating against this agreement. We knew about this agreement. We knew it was going to be pros. I'm just clarifying. You said some interesting things there. You said that right now we're just venturing down. But before you venture out on anything, you need to know what you're venturing for. I mean, you can't, because what I've realized in the 6 months I've been on council so far is there's been many times where things have been presented to us where it's like, we need you to approve this. And if you don't approve it, well, we just gave away 20 grand that we had committed to this cause, and so you're off that. So we get hamstringed into making commitments. I just don't want to find ourselves, because this is not something to take lightly. The Lewis Group, these people are big players. I've researched your company thoroughly. I know you guys are monolithic company, all right? So to enter into an agreement, Little City of Galt entering with a developer of that magnitude is a very serious thing. So we just have to understand that we're, who we're, for lack of a better word, who we're getting into bed to with. They're a great company. I'm saying negatives about them. I'm just saying, but I like to know the parameters going in, and I just want to clarify what I've read and the understanding. 1 minute I hear Amy say, we're not going to get rid of the flea market. We're just looking about, doing some other stuff on the property around it to complement the flea market. But then 5 minutes later, we're having a discussion where it's like, well, the market probably won't be around. We should just get rid of it. So I'm hearing conflicting stuff about exactly what the goal is. I just want to be clear, and I want the public to understand that this is we're talking about, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I did ask you this in our thing. I asked you, I said, will you be bringing us back options like, could we develop this part of the land? Could we maybe do this over here, this and that? And you said to me, correct me if I'm wrong, but Lewis Group is interested. It's an all or nothing thing. That's what you told me. Is that correct? I asked you about the City Hall site. and the other sites, and you said, well, if we couldn't develop all of it, we wouldn't be interested in doing anything.
Well, if I may slightly clarify that point, if 1 or 2 acres of the property became available to us, we wouldn't be here, nor would we pursue those. We do things, as you had kind of indicated, we do things on scale, so we typically do like scale. So, I mean, when I said all or nothing, that's really what I was leading to, is we don't deal with the 1 or 2 acres, but if the 45 acres became 30 acres with 15 acres of a market, totally fine.
Okay.
So just to clarify that.
So the last two things, just quick. Just want to be clear that in the verbiage here, it says that the initial period of the arrangement is for 9 months. At the end of 9 months, I just want to clarify, at 9 months, if the council at that point is not happy with or doesn't want to proceed with any type of plan, there's no commitment beyond that point.
That's right.
So either party they don't both have to agree. You can be terminated by Lewis Group or by us. And then the other thing that I just want to mention that I have a little bit of problem with is that we give the city manager at the end of that 9 months, and we don't even know who that's going to be. I mean, it may not be Mr. Haglund, it probably won't be, but I'm not comfortable with the part of it where it says that the city manager has sole discretion to extend that another 4 months at his sole discretion. I would prefer that the council had the discretion to extend that agreement and not giving that sole discretion to the city manager. Just because of the magnitude of the project we're talking about, I feel like it's important that the council has their hands on it the whole time. That's just something I'd like to suggest. So, so that's really all my questions. I just want to clarify all that, and so the public can understand what we're really venturing into, and to clarify the constraints of what this contract is and the agreement, so there's no gray areas, and we're very clear on what we're voting on.
There's one thing I wanted to make clear too, is the master plan and the Energy Commission grant is separate from what the Lewis Group is doing. So the city will have control over the land use planning process. We're actually talking to an architectural firm, a design firm, that we're hoping to bring on board. They're being vetted through the California Energy Commission now to make sure it's consistent with our grant application. Once they come on board, we plan to start the planning process for that site. But that's independent of what they're doing. Now, will they be an important stakeholder in that process? Absolutely. But the city has control of that planning process. So I wanted to make that clear too, that they don't have control of that master plan.
Yeah, and I like the public input part of it. I like those 3 meetings. That's very important. I know that the council as a whole was adamant about that. And hopefully I would want the city to very, very highly publicize those meetings. We would like to have them scheduled at a time where people can attend, because this is for the community. This is not, this is not something that is for me or Paul or Rich or Kurt or Paige. This is for the community. So the community needs to have maximum input on what they like to see and what they like to see happen with that. And I want to be sure that happens. So,
If I may respond to a few points, thank you very much for the comments and suggestions. I mean, obviously, if we don't meet certain milestones during that 9 months, the city manager has the right to disband the agreement unilaterally. So we're not just tying it up for 9 months. We do need to meet specific measurables to the satisfaction of your city manager and really to the council with regards to the RN. So that's an important statement. And if I may, Councilmember Campion made I think, a very important statement to recognize, and certainly I recognize that Mr. Haglund commented on the net revenue of the current market, but as Councilmember Campion articulated, we're here because the city recognizes that is not a sustainable form of revenue going forward. It is today, and it might be next year, but continue on, and it may not be there. We did not come in with any sort of proposal to you or the city council or the city on this property. We were recruited because the city recognized a problem with the market. So I appreciate the need to do a thorough fiscal impact analysis on whatever options are proposed. And yes, I do think options are very important to consider, not just there is no one project that fits the magic box, of course. So in looking at the fiscal impacts, we understand the revenue replacement. The deed restrictions will also speak to that, as well as, does the city have to hold those monies to Parks and Recreation, or will they be provided the flexibility to use those monies elsewhere as they see fit? And that's what we'll review with the deed restrictions with the legislature as well. But again, so when we're talking about measuring the project to meet a current fiscal revenue source, is that revenue source going to be there in 10 years? What's it going to be? We're seeing heavily declining retail all across the state for obviously internet sales reasons. Internet sales will eventually probably overtake that market. Again, I'm not trying to sell you guys anything. This was a city-born idea, and we're here to answer the call. But we're here because people do not feel that that market is likely sustainable for the long term. And so that's what I think we're hoping to accomplish.
And I'm not here to beat you up on that. I just
wanted
it's
to-
my job to represent the people, to make sure that, you know, this is important. And you mentioned the retail sustainability, but clearly what we're wanting to do with this property is other retail. So to say retail, so none of us know what's going to be sustainable long haul. I think, I just personally, this is my own feeling, I think the market is widely underutilized. The property is underutilized by how many days it's used. It's complacent. We can go on and on, you know, but what I don't do is, you know, I'm not so quick to just discard it and say, oh, it just, because it's not going to, you know, and then just go on. So I want the council to really be cognizant of that moving forward, that we need to be thoughtful of that process moving forward. And I thank you. We did reach out to you, and I'm not, again, nothing, you know, just thank you for your answers, and I do look forward to seeing what you come back and your vision about what could be done and what the potential. I do look forward to seeing that.
Thank you. Again, not trying to spar it all here. All I was suggesting was just some reasons, of course, to codify why we're here. In addition, I think, just to answer one question, you know, I think you hear different things about, well, it might be this, it might be that, because we really don't know. And so I think none of us really have a clear depiction of what that property can possibly ultimately become, and that's probably why there's some confusion on us. Because we will look at options to incorporate the market, to move the market, to keep the market, to not do anything, to do everything. So all these options will be explored. That's our intent.
Right. To make it clear, when we met with you, a year ago, I was kind of leery, no way, and then I started thinking, and I go to the market quite often, and I see that there's empty stalls, and I see the vendors aren't coming as much, and they're not selling as much. I had someone who used to do the market tell me they would sell $10,000 a day. You know, then it got down to $200 a day. So having met with you, and I wanted it very clear that it was exploratory. We're not committing to anything. We're just seeing what we can do, because it's declining, and the general fund really right now can't make up that deficit to keep our Parks and Rec program where it is. So this could allow us to have new and better softball fields. There's a lot of things that could happen. So I'm very excited about the exploratory process. Nothing's in stone, nothing's written. It's exploratory. So, anything else, Councilmember?
Yeah, just a couple of comments. I like the idea of a public-private partnership, only in that, you know, we can't do it all on our own. And so I think having that expertise of a private partnership could be fruitful. I like the idea that it's exploratory, and I like the idea that the public will have four opportunities in 7 months to weigh in on this, 3 public meetings and then a planning commission workshop. I think that my interest is helping do what we can to help keep the budget where it needs to be, and ensuring that our community does have park and rec opportunities. So, but moving forward, if there is something out of all this land that's around us, not just the market grounds, right? I mean, we're looking at from the freeway to the west side of Fair Site, and then south or north up to C Street, pretty much. I think that at least taking a look at that to see if there's other opportunities. I agree that the market is going to continue to decline. I mean, that'd be my estimation. And so whatever we can do to help shore up some of that, but not to the detriment of the community either. You know, there's that balance. And we talked about this in our meeting, and certainly back in January, I think, when we were talking about it at council, not to the detriment of the community. And so I think the Lewis Group will understand that, or does understand that, and we want to partner and move forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Sandhu?
Yeah, I'm agree with that, 9-month negotiation period. And that's why you're clear, because there will be no cost to the city even after 9 months if anything explorative, we don't like it. Especially, I believe, as you're a big developer, as your state of mind to look at the property, buy the property is a reasonable price. At a city, we should consider as get the maximum price on the property. Thank you, and I'm agree with that 9 month. That the other thing Sean mentioned for all my other council member agreed to after 9 months come back to the council instead going to the city. Thank you.
I do have a public comment if we're ready for that. Okay, that would be Cammie Martin.
Good evening, council, staff. Majority of my concerns were addressed mainly regarding AB 3773. My sole remaining concern is the money going to Parks and Rec. I want to make sure that the funding continues to go there, and that they are fully funded, and that's not the first place that we try to cut when we don't have enough funds. And it's really important that the way AB 3773 is written now, all of the money goes to Fund 06. If we amend that, or Lewis Group, or whoever amends it, and that changes, we just don't want to see Parks and Rec lose out on those funds. It's really important. Thank you.
Thank you. Point well taken. All right. Don't see it. Was on your, did you put 2 topics on one card? I did. You get 5 minutes per card. Wait, you already went 5 minutes per card. We have to have another card.
I'm Gene Davenport. I live in the city. I think it's really good that you brought up the fact after the 9 months you want it to come back to the council and not to the city manager. I think that's due diligence for the people. And you know, I don't understand why they want to go in and try and change the wording on as it pertains to what you can and can't do with that property. I think leave well enough alone. If you're going to build on it, they should be able to build around the aspect of what they want to do. They don't need to change the writing of the law. Why don't you put an amendment to it or something? But to change it, then you're jeopardizing future income for Parks and Rec. Because that's going to open the door for them as developers. I don't care, you know, they might be the sweetest people in the world, but they're developers. And just say, they come up and say that, you know, like everything's going to the internet, this and that and the other. I was in Lodi last week and I was talking to a lady. She said she loved coming to the Galt Farmers Market. That's what she called it. She was from Canada. And, you know, I don't care what they call that, as long as they come to it and they enjoy coming. You're going to have ups and downs on that. So don't, you know, just don't throw the baby out with the water. So just keep that in mind. I think you're looking at eminent domain issues down the road, and that's not really good for public perception. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Davenport. I'll try to read more clearly in the future. Okay.
Mayor, may I make a comment?
Yes, Mr. Solis.
I would just like to let council know that, excuse me, that I'm supportive of this. I also want people to know that our market, we still have a great market out there, okay? We're not dying, we're not going away anytime soon. We do have concerns about the future, but we still have a great market that's going on and that we still make revenue to this day. So I want you guys to know that it's not dying tomorrow, okay? But again, we don't know what will happen in 5, 10, 15 years as things change. So I like this agreement and the fact that we're able to explore what we can do. I've been employed here for over 30 years, and it's always been, what can we do with that? What can we do? Well, now we have a chance to see what we really can do. And it'll give you guys options to see what you can do with the property later on. Again, it'll always be your ultimate decision on what we do with it. We can always leave it as is, but I just want to let you know I'm supportive of it, and we have a great market. I hope people still come out and visit us.
Thank you, Armando.
And thank you, Armando. And you and I had talked about this might allow you to overhaul it and revamp it and make it more flexible so you can squeeze in and spread out. And it might even make the market look a lot more attractive and everything. So there's that option too, so.
I have a question, staff.
Yes, sir.
Tom, can you explain what the purpose of the 120-day extension is? Or why it was put in there.
I think that it is only in there in the, you know how these
I know.
things tend to unfold over time, and so it's really, if we get to a point, or if at the 9-month period, we just aren't quite done with some aspect of it, whether it is a unanticipated delay in the master planning process that is setting forth some issues relative to land uses, and then that's going to fold over into maybe a little bit of delay
Right.
as to how Lewis is looking. It may be a legislative delay as we're looking at something. So that's all it is. It's really more a timing thing, not a more permissions or do something different than the agreement.
Given that, I would recommend that we just simply amend the agreement and add the 120 days. The city manager still has the ability to, cancel the agreement. So does Lewis Homes. And again, it gives, I think, staff and Lewis Homes the flexibility to do things within a prescribed period of time. It's 1 year versus 9 months. I don't know that makes a big difference in the grand scheme of things when we're trying to evaluate this project. So I'd recommend we just extend the contract and drop that particular provision.
Okay. Do you want to make a motion to that?
Are we done discussing?
Anybody want to discuss it?
Well, he made a first motion, so we'll go through that, but I would, in the lack of that, I would support the agreement as it's worded, with the exception of section 102.2, where the city manager may have sole discretion. I would like to change that to have the council has the discretion to extend as needed. I would be willing to support it in that parameter.
How about this? I would make a motion to approve it, amending the duration of the agreement to 12 months, amending section 2, that the city council would only have the authority to extend beyond that period.
Well made. Discussion on that motion? Second? I'll second it. All right. She's typing. Roll call vote?
Vice Mayor Farmer,
No.
Councilmember Sandu,
No.
Councilmember Campion,
Yes?
Councilmember Lozano,
Yes.
Mayor Lamson.
Yes, motion passes 3-2. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. So to clarify, that was a 1-year term with the discretion of the council
To extend beyond.
extend beyond that?
Beyond a year, yeah.
You wanted, right? All right, temporary commercial infill sewer capacity fee credit program. I know some people have been here 3.5 hours waiting to speak on this. And so,
Thank you for your patience. I know there has quite a
Amy,
few
you're-
people that have been waiting.
pull the mic closer, it won't hum. It hums because they turn you up, I think.
Can you hear it?
We'll try.
Did I lose my clicker? Okay, I will try to be brief with this. Here to speak with you about the commercial infill program. The temporary residential infill fee reduction program was adopted in December. So I came to council in December of 2018 with the fee reduction program for the residential development. I feel like it's still humming. At that time, council directed staff to research and determine whether or not a similar program could be brought back for commercial development in infill areas. And so that's what I'm here for this evening, is to discuss a commercial infill development program. Since the recession, there has been limited commercial construction activity in Galt. I know many of you are aware that we've had extensive residential development, but not much on the commercial side. And developers are usually citing costs associated with labor, materials, land costs, also impact fees and capacity fee charges that have to be paid as part of a building permit application as reasons to not move forward with projects. Construction projects on the commercial side just aren't feasible. It's really difficult to make projects pencil, and so they end up leaving. They come in, they propose projects, they talk to us about different alternatives that they have, and we provide fee estimates, and obviously at the end of the day, some of these projects just don't pencil. And so we were trying to determine the best approach with a commercial infill program, and it's taken us a while. This has been 7 months now that we've been researching and working with the city attorney at length to try to determine the best approach with this. And really, the idea was to not have a negative impact on the general fund at the end of the day, while providing some type of incentive to spur commercial infill development. Infill development is new construction on scattered vacant or underutilized lots in established neighborhoods or areas of a community. Typically, lots are less than 5 acres, so this isn't large-scale new development. This is infill on established, within established areas. Typically located in or surrounding the center of a community is where you'll find infill development areas. And more often than not, these parcels have access to infrastructure. Roads, water, sewer, storm drainage are already existing. So in trying to determine the best approach with a commercial infill program, we sort of researched different alternatives that we could look at. And at the end of the day, sewer fund non-rate, non-fee revenue came up as a use that our neighboring regional SAN has taken advantage of. And so they created a program called the Confluence Program, which utilizes non-rate, non-fee revenue. And it provides a source to provide credits on connection fees for new development. So revenue generated, sewer fund, non-rate, non-fee revenue is revenue generated from interest earnings, mostly interest earnings on a typical, or on a certain account. Lease income can be part of that. Sale proceeds from surplus equipment is also included as non-rate, non-fee revenue. This is differentiated from rate and fee revenue, which is collected from ratepayers, and impact fees or capacity fees for new development, new connections. The ratepayer impact fee revenue that goes into the sewer fund is used to support the operation, maintenance, overhead capital improvements, debt service of the treatment plant, and that is what ratepayer revenue has to be used for. Non-rate, non-fee revenue, this interest revenue, is considered unrestricted and can be used to fund other items associated with the sewer system, which ratepayer revenue cannot. For fiscal year 18-19, the non-rate, non-fee revenue in the sewer fund 07 is estimated to be approximately $276,000. As part of this program, we are proposing to allocate $150,000 towards a commercial infill program, which would credit sewer capacity fee charges for infill development. It would utilize allocated funds, the $150,000, to offset the sewer capacity fee for qualified commercial infill projects, and we'll talk about the eligibility requirements in a second. The program would remain in place until the $150,000 in credits is exhausted or until 2 years has expired. Staff will return to council to evaluate the effectiveness of the program and the economic impact that the program has had in terms of job creation, sales tax revenue, property tax revenue, the capital investment that we've seen as a result of the credits that are being issued. Project must meet the eligibility requirements in order to be considered as part of the program. Due to the limited funding source that we have, $150,000 will not go very far. This isn't going to fund a significant amount of projects, but it's a start for us to sort of look at the ability for us to maybe use this long-term as a type of program that we want to continue into the future. But for now, it's really a pilot program. It's a temporary program, going to start with the $150,000. And because it's limited, we are proposing to target commercial uses, such as sit-down restaurants, entertainment uses, hotels, and really the purpose of that is these are pedestrian-type uses. They draw people into the community. They also provide sales tax, property tax revenue, and hotels provide TOT, transient occupancy tax. And so there's a revenue generation component that's typically associated with these types of commercial uses. And so We are proposing that the program only be used for these uses. In addition to general industrial uses, obviously we want to generate jobs as part of this program. I mean, that's really the primary purpose. And industrial users, those are the types of uses that we want to incentivize as part of job creation. Those are the jobs that we really want to see in the community. The property would have to be less than 5 acres to meet that infill requirement. The zoning would need to be commercial, downtown commercial, industrial, or mixed-use development. The program, although it is an infill program, we would like to offer this to tenant improvement projects as well. You're not going to see a lot of tenant improvement projects that are subject to sewer capacity fees. It usually is associated with a change in use. So if you have in the Old Town area a restaurant that is going to be, it's a restaurant conversion going from retail to restaurant use, there would be a sewer fee associated with that. And so wanting to encourage in our Old Town area, specifically entertainment type uses and sit-down restaurants, because those do draw in pedestrians, we would like to offer this as a option for tenant improvement build-out. The requirement really comes down to job creation. That's the threshold that has to be met in order to receive a credit, in addition to the eligibility requirements listed. And it would have to be located in the infill development area boundary. So we took and I'll show you the map of the boundary, which is very similar to what we used for the temporary fee reduction for residential. For full-time equivalent jobs, this would be a 40-hour work week. The sewer capacity fee credit is shown here. So for 1 to 5 jobs, it would be a 15% credit. 6 to 10 would be 25%. And then 11 or more full-time equivalent jobs would be 50% credit, with the max credit per project being issued at $50,000. Here's the boundary that is being proposed. This is really similar, like I said, to the residential boundary. We've just included the industrial areas as part of this to obviously want to offer this to the industrial zone properties. As part of the program, the applicant would be required to sign a commercial infill program agreement certifying the number of jobs being created. If the job threshold is not met, the city will require a portion or up to the full credit to be forfeited and the outstanding balance to be paid to the city. Failure to pay the required sewer capacity fee may become a lien on the property if it's a owner-occupied property, or may be added to the business's monthly utility bill. If the business closes within 5 years of receiving the credit, the city may remove the sewer capacity fee allocated to the property. And that's something typically that the Public Works Department tracks as it relates to what's available on sewer capacity for a certain piece of parcel. Fiscal considerations, this doesn't require any expenditures, but it is a impact to the sewer fund revenue of $150,000. And obviously the offset would be job creation, sales tax revenue, and property tax revenue that would be anticipated as part of this. At the end of 2 years, or once the $150,000 is allocated, I'll come back with a fiscal impact analysis to show what the impact is economically for the city from a sales tax, job creation, and property tax revenue component. That concludes my presentation. Is there any questions I can answer?
I have questions, but she wants to let public comment go first.
Can we let the public comment go first?
Sure.
Mr. JD?
Am I the only one?
You are it. Well, I thought all those people, but we're going to stand behind you and go, yes.
Well, thank you, everybody.
Thank you for waiting 3.5 hours.
Good evening, citizens of Galt, council members, staff, Madam Mayor, Chief. Thank you for keeping it safe. As you can see, a lot of our clout got tired, but it seems like they're coming back. Thank you to them. They're the real troopers, and they're the reason we are here. My name is J.D. Virgin. I'm a general manager for Papa's and Wings. We're doing business as Papa's and Wings, but we are an LLC Mosqueda Brothers, as I had came and introduced myself late last year. We have over 190 employees at Max with 2 other corporations that we have, which is now within the city of Galt. We are at 13050 Stockton Boulevard. So that's more revenue for the city. We're talking about revenue, right? We're talking about money. We're talking about fees. This is a business, right? We're in business. You guys are a business. So let's talk business. We're located at 806 Street Street. We're the new place there that's been there forever, dated out, no one really filling it. We decided to dump some money in there and make it something great. I got a phone call one day from a gentleman sitting right here in the audience, Mr. Mosqueda. He says, JD, I want to do something great for Galt. And I said, what's that? He said, I want to build a place where people come and hang out and have a great time with great food and some great spirits. And I had to think. I said, do I have the capacity to do that? And I looked into my legal background, my engineering background, and I said, we can definitely do that. And here we are. We started off in very, very good faith. Took us about a year almost to negotiate the lease. And from there, we took off. We got our permit. Everything went well. I got a phone call from Ms. Mendes randomly, and she says, hey, I want to help you. I said, that's great. I didn't know what she was talking about. Now I get it. So I thank Ms. Mendes. She's done very, very good work, and she's really advocating to create more businesses. My hat goes off to her. Thank you, Amy. The real reason I'm here, you've dipped into my budget. Straight up. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You've dipped into my budget with $60,000. That's employment money for my employees. That's my buying product to fill that restaurant. You're taking that from me. I mean, with the bill of $60,000. My understanding is there wasn't really a precedent set. And we're kind of like setting it up as we go, kind of. It kind of what it feels like. Came to a couple of meetings already. And it kind of feels that way. I kind of reserve comment to myself because I need to learn more about the council. But it really looks like we're shooting off the hip. I catch what you're saying, Sean. Makes a lot of sense. Got to do a little bit more research, more involvement before making some heavy hitter decisions. Seriously. Because what happened? The recycle problem happened. And I could foresee a lot of more things happening here. So, we will gladly accept the proposal by Ms. Mendes. However, what is it in for us as we continue to develop Galt by doing what we're doing there? I mean, let me tell you a little bit of what we've done so far. We definitely have increased the value there. It's attractive now. It looks beautiful. We opened it up for 4th of July. People came in and they can't wait. We had some great people stop by. I was more than happy to give a tour. Everyone is loving it. They can't wait. They says there's nothing like it in Galt, and we are excited and thrilled to open it up for the public. It belongs to the community. It's for Galt. It's in the heartbeat, for Pete's sake. It's the most beautiful thing on that corner, right next to the banner bank there. We are going to be marketing to Elk Grove. We're going to be marketing to Lodi. We're going to be marketing to the communities in the east. We want to bring people here. We're going to create foot traffic there. It's already started. I mean, I'm out there on weekends, and they're just passing by just to see what we're doing, what we're up to. There's no doubt is one of the greatest things happening. It's a small scale. It's not as big as what I just heard right now. It's pretty big shoes to fill. But I'm okay with that because it's not for me. It's for Galt. And it's only 2,500 square feet, for Pete's sake. $60,000, really? Really? That's a shame. That makes me want to take the business out of here and tell my employer, let's get those truck driving companies and the vineyard into another jurisdiction where we're not going to get caught up with what's going on in Galt. But that's not the attitude we want to have. We're here, and I'm commenting. I'm letting you know, each and every single one of you people sitting in these chairs, that I need your help. They need your help.
I'm sorry, your time's up.
Okay.
Go ahead, finish.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, 3.5 hours, thank you. You guys can spare a couple more minutes for me, huh? I appreciate the courtesy, thank you very much. But this is for them. I have a lot of young people sitting over there, they're ready to go to work. I'm gonna teach them personally how to work at a restaurant with a commitment to excellent service, because that's what I do. And that's why I have what it takes to come up here and let you know what's going on and how we feel about this. Let's make Galt greater and not harder, please. Because that's what it feels like. Really. This is what we're okay with doing. We're okay with that proposed article by Ms. Mendes. $30,000, though, is still heavy, and you're still dipping into my budget to get the business started. So, this is what I propose. We got $15,000 ready to go. Okay? We'll gladly write a check. We'll give it to you. Give us a temporary permit so we could get started. Let's talk about those other 15,000. If we kick butt, and we have over 40 plus employees already on the roster ready to go, all from Galt. Maybe about 5 or 6 are from out of town. That's it. Total of 48 employees. Part-timers, full-timers, people in school, kids who want to come and wash dishes, bus tables, and get their first experience in a restaurant, period. And we want to give that to them. But it's on you guys now. Now I'm going to lay that burden on you guys. $60,000 is too much. $30,000 is too much. We got a $15,000 check ready to go. If we kick butt in the next couple of years, how about you waive the other $15,000 or find a way to credit the other $15,000? We are doing something great in Galt. We haven't asked you for a penny other than this issue. Thank you. Have a good night. I appreciate you guys listening. Do you guys have any questions for me?
Will you be open after late council meetings? 'Cause we're hungry.
Because of the hype, we would like to stay open till midnight in the beginning, at least through the summer, if we can get open soon enough. Please issue us a temporary to get started while we continue to resolve this in a more timely fashion, in a fashion that's going to involve us in the contract, not just a unilateral contract that we have to sign. I hope council's listening. Because that contract you guys have is one-sided. I don't see much incentive for us in there. So I would like to sit down at the table and revise this with you folks. Any questions for me? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hi, guys. Thank you for staying this long. And I recognize a lot of those spaces, and I did get a tour, and it's unbelievable what you've done already. Incredible.
Ms. Mendez, thanks, JD, for your, I appreciate your enthusiasm. And your place looks really good. I look forward to trying it out.
Thank you.
Thank you for putting something in somewhere that's been vacant like forever.
Yes.
There's like 2 locations in Galt that seem to be cursed, and that was one of them. So, Ms. Mendez, so how much does Mr. Virgin qualify for with 40? I mean, I forget the graph the slide you had up there.
50%.
He qualified for the 50?
Yeah, it's the
Okay.
10 employees.
It would likely be 50% if he has 40
So his fee is
part-time
60, and
employees.
he qualifies
10
for it
here.
to be 30, and he's asking.
His sewer capacity fee is $60,000,
And that was because of the change of use of the building?
going from
Right.
retail to restaurant. Yeah.
So I had a couple questions about the proposal as you put it up there. It said employee equivalent to, when I saw that, so it doesn't mean actually like someone has to have 1 to 5 full-time employees. It could mean they could have 10 part-time employees. It has to equate to,
Yep.
Full-time.
Full-time,
Right,
40
okay.
hours per week is what is in the resolution.
and just to be clear, this is not for new construction. This actually does qualify for tenant improvement if it's a project that that would incur a sewer impact fee, like a change of use or something like that. Like, for example, the building in Old Town across the street, like if that was to be a restaurant, say, that would be something that would probably be a candidate for this, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So it would be new construction would qualify.
new, yeah.
But
Yeah, but
we're
both.
proposing it for tenant improvement as well, just to be able to incentivize restaurants.
Well, I've been looking forward to this coming. You know that we asked for this. I think I was one of the main, I don't know if how many, but when we did the earlier one in January, whenever it was, or December, this is something we were like, we'd like to see this for commercial. I had someone ask me, citizen, say, well, you know, is this supposed to be like, you know, they're going to bring jobs and then we're going to get tax dollars? At what point we're going to recoup that money? I don't know that everybody that's going to qualify for this money we're going to recoup that money the break we're giving for them. For me, it was never about recouping the money through sales tax or whatever. It was about bringing stuff into the community for the community to enjoy. And we know it's been like really difficult in some instances because of the fees, and it's been a challenge. And I'm happy that we can at least have a start here with something.
And I think that at the end, you will be surprised at sales tax revenue, property tax revenue. If we are able to attract a hotel that qualifies, TOT revenue, I mean, it could go a lot farther than 150,000. It just depends on the types of businesses that come through.
So two last things. One was the part where it said, as long as they stay in business for 5 years, I was thinking, like, I don't really know what relevance that would have, because if a business is failing and they're going to go out of business, if they invest money in, say, a tenant improvement, and obviously anybody that's going to qualify this is dumping serious dollars, right?
Correct.
So if they're going to go out of business in 5 years, which is probably unlikely in the circumstances that this particular business that would qualify for this would be, but it's like, if the business is going out, are we really going to try to go in and recoup money from them? I mean, are they going to have any money to give back to us if they went under? I just think that was kind of a silly thing.
Not from them.
The proposal as it stands would be that the sewer allocation would be removed from the property. So that the next person that came in, if a restaurant was coming in to open,
Okay.
the property owner,
You switched slides on
the
me. I thought
business
so.
owner would be liable to
Okay.
pay that portion of the fee that's remaining.
When they're down.
Yeah. So I like it. I support it. As far as Mr. Virgin's comments about trying to work with him to get him off the ground, I don't know if anybody wants to comment. I don't know what we can do about
I don't know
that.
what legally we can do. Is
I
it-
mean, I don't know.
Oh.
I don't know. Does anybody want to comment on anything?
Sure.
Okay.
The city established its sewer capacity fees, connection fees, after a very lengthy study, and after a study that considered the types of wastewater treatment plant improvements that ultimately were mandated upon the city. It wasn't too many years ago that the city was under threat of not being able to issue any building permits because it had a wastewater treatment facility that was deemed by the state of California, and it was probably true, but completely incapable of meeting any contemporary standard of appropriate treatment and disposal of wastewater. And so the city commenced with having to undertake some very expensive but fortunately lower interest loans from the state of California, completed a wastewater expansion project at great expense, created a tertiary treatment facility, and was able to get out from under the regulatory oversight of the state with regard to that. But what you are left with, and what Grandma Jones down on the corner is left with, and what every business in town is left with, and what every new business that comes to town will encounter, is paying for that somehow. And so every one-off effort to try to relieve what was an expense that the city had to incur if it ever had a hope of growing, if it ever had a hope of providing jobs, even first jobs, to folks like this, that this gentleman will employ, the city had to undertake the construction of that new wastewater treatment facility on the promise of paying loans and with a desire that after 30 years, when that facility has to be replaced, that it would have the money without again burdening Grandma Jones on the corner your parents, my parents, other parents on the corner that have long paid for wastewater treatment facilities of the past and improvements without burdening them again with the cost of having to do that. And so this study that the city undertook, while it establishes for sure expense, and I wasn't here. I wasn't the city manager. I was the city manager of another city when that happened. But the fact of the matter is the story doesn't change city to city to city where this takes place. Public infrastructure is like operating a cooperative. We all work together to pay for it. But when the one-off proposals come to figure out a way that this guy doesn't have to pay, but the next guy or Grandma Jones does, it ultimately creates an inequity, an unfairness that we as the cooperative using that wastewater treatment facility, using the water facility or whatever it is, need to recognize that we have to stand up to the burden. We didn't ask for the burden to be placed on us, but we have to stand up to it. So what we've done here is we've carved off a very limited amount of money. It's interest on rate money. Right. Rate money that, again, Grandma Jones is paying. And instead of using that to buy down the cost of future improvements that will come one day, that will come in the, perhaps in the lifetime of a waste franchise agreement, that when that comes, we want to be able to have the money to pay for it. But that will take that interest. That interest could be used to help buy down that debt. But we'll take it to be able to offer some modicum of relief to gentlemen like this who want to come in and build a business, and that's why we're targeting the specific industries or the specific uses to maximize the use of that dollar so that a national retailer, for instance, or three of them, don't come in and immediately can get $50,000 a pop or something like that and chew up that money, because the interest doesn't come very quickly. We've developed this program in order to be able to support things like this, but to then go out and in a one-off effort to try to let's make a deal, no, that will undermine the basis of your program. It will undermine the legality of what you do, and it will open this city up to every other individual that wants to come in and make a deal standing at the podium on what can sound like the greatest idea on earth.
Yeah, no, I didn't think the answer was going to be yes. I was just asking out of respect for Mr. Virgin.
You employ me to
I
provide
didn't
context,
I didn't
and
think
that's
we were
what
going to
I'm
make
doing.
like some special arrangement with him. I can tell you though, I know that I can tell you without a doubt that if you had any other council sitting here tonight, that you probably wouldn't be seeing this being proposed tonight. This was something that was pushed hard by a few of us, and so I think businesses out there that are going to be taking advantage of this are probably lucky to have what we're being set forward tonight. So I
think
apologize, you're probably not going to get what you're asking for, but.
Oh, wait, go ahead, John.
No, I'm done. You go ahead, Gert.
No, I had a couple of specific questions. And part of it goes to what Tom had mentioned, you know, you have more than one person come in for application. It says it's first come, first serve. How is that determined? Is the permit issued? Is the application complete? Are fees paid? What are we doing to determine first come, first serve in line?
I'll let you answer that.
That's a good question. I would anticipate that to be an application into the actual program, but with accompanying some sort of building permit or some other application within our department with an indication to build. So I would think it has to partner with some other building permit application.
Okay. My concern is that you have somebody submit an application and then sits on it.
Right.
And that allocation there is unavailable. So I think that staff should come up internally with some sort of procedure that it can only sit for so many periods of, so many days before that application is deemed void.
I think that's a great idea. Putting a condition to put a time limit on when it has to be used is a great idea.
I think so. And not that there's going to be a great rush for this, but I think it avoids,
Oh,
an
absolutely.
issue that maybe we
So we
need
can hold it for 2 years.
Yeah, yeah. In the case of tenant improvements, and maybe it's in here and maybe I missed it. You have an existing business in town and they want to move to a bigger facility and do tenant improvements. Are we going to give just the delta between existing employees and the new facility where you would have more employees? Is that going to be, you're not going to allow, I guess my concern would be is moving one business out of one building into another and then have them increase their employees in order to qualify for, I'm not saying they shouldn't qualify for some portion, but I don't know that they should get credit for existing employees if we're just moving them around.
Well, I think if they meet the threshold of the job creation, this question came up the other day with a company here in the community that's looking to expand. It's a pretty
Okay.
significant expansion, but there's no job creation as part of it. And so the way that the resolution is written, there has to be that job creation component as part of it.
But they wouldn't be changing use, so they wouldn't even be getting hit with a fee anyways unless they were.
Well, the expansion would.
So you're saying like if they move from this building to another building that's completely vacant and they're gonna turn it into a restaurant, they move the restaurant and they try to hire a few people just to get, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm concerned. I don't know that, is that, because we're really not.
Is your concern moving employees from one location to another for purposes of qualifying for the?
I guess, because really, if you're talking, in the case of a restaurant, you already have a revenue generator, and you're gonna have maybe a larger revenue generator, but how are you going to handle that movement?
Well, and so that's a good question, and perhaps that's a clarification, because the intent of this is new employment, not old employment, but new employment. It's to grow jobs.
Okay, then that would be, if that's the.
Right.
So it's the delta.
Would
as
be,
you-
that would be the delta.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah, the idea that it would be new jobs being created.
new jobs, okay. The only other thing I would say, and it's only for record-keeping purposes, I would have this map referenced in the resolution as an attachment. So because I've seen it happen before, you have a map and a staff report, you go back to find it, and there's no map.
That's never happened.
I know it's happened.
Every time I go in Laserfish, something's missing that I can't find the attachment to.
And I want to thank staff, because staff is the one that raised this. You raised this over a year ago, starting with the residential, and then also the commercial was mentioned at the time, because I remember during the council study sessions.
The commercial's been a concern for a long time. It's
Yes.
just been really difficult for us to figure out a way to offset fees that didn't affect the general fund or didn't trigger prevailing wage on a project.
And I thought
The
that
other
was,
biggest-
and I thought it was very clever, too, to use the interest rather than the actual fee. I think that's a very good way to
I think
address
that Kimberly, our city attorney, who Ashley's sitting in tonight, but Kimberly, actually, there's case law that just came out, I think in August, in the city of Reading that set the precedence for this, is the reason that
That's very smart.
we're able to utilize the program.
With that, I'm in agreement with the proposal and think it's a great idea.
So if there's no more discussion, adopt a resolution approving a temporary commercial infill sewer capacity fee credit program utilizing non-rate and non-fee revenue from the Sewer Fund 07 to offset the cost of sewer capacity fees for new commercial projects located within the designated infill development area. Motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Lozano, seconded by Councilmember Campion. Did I get that right? Yes. Okay. Roll call vote, please.
Vice Mayor Farmer.
Aye.
Councilmember Sandu.
Aye.
Councilmember Campion.
Aye.
Councilmember Lozano.
Aye.
Mayor Lamson.
Aye, motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Amy and Chris, for your diligent work on this. And we look forward to helping you make up that fee by eating there. Okay. One more. Designation of authorized official to execute State of California Department of Parks and Recreation Office of Grants and Local Services grant documents. Director
Good.
Solis.
Morning, City Mayor and City Council. Good morning. I do have some great news. The recycle
Hold on.
presentation was 24 pages long. Mine's only 23.
Oh, good.
So that's some great news.
And you know, Armando, good, if you go for 2 hours, good morning would be good.
That
Good
I can
morning
wait.
is the proper greeting if you go for 2
Okay.
hours.
There you go. Good evening. So today we're here to talk about Proposition 68 and their grant. Prop 68 is a general bond that invests $4 million over time to address some of California's most critical water and natural resource needs. Funds from that bond will also help address deferred park maintenance. In round 3 of this Proposition 68 grants, in which we are in now, nearly $255 million to be awarded statewide. This competitive round is designed to assist.
Hold on 1 second.
No problem.
I can't hear.
I was counting her.
Shutting the door.
No problem.
How many million did you say?
In round 3, the grants equal close to $255 million that will be awarded statewide. This competitive round is designed to assist in the creation of new parks and new recreation opportunities in underserved communities across California.
Okay.
To be eligible for this grant, applicants to apply have to be a city, county, district, JPA, or nonprofit. Types of projects that are available to be submitted are to create a new park, expand an existing park, or renovate an existing park. Minimum grant requests are $200,000 per application, up to $8.5 million per application. There is no match required
Wow.
for any of these funds. So that's the best part of it.
Wow, that's great.
No match. To be eligible for the project site, the state provided us the community fact finder and a ratio of less than 3 acres of parkland per 1,000 residents, or a medium household income below $51,026 to qualify for this grant. Staff has identified 4 park sites that we believe meet the requirements listed above. Those are the Gore Aquatic Center that also that also includes the skate park, Harvey Park, Lions Oak Park, and Meadowview Park. We've already had several meetings at some of these locations and here at City Hall. On May 15th, we met here with the Parks and Rec Commission. June 5th, we were on site at Meadowview Park. June 6th at Harvey Park. June 7th at the Aquatic Center. June 10th at Lions Oak Park. June 19th at the Parks and Rec Commission here. July 10th here at City Hall. And then tonight here with City Council. Staff met with citizens and community organizations to get suggestions of what they'd like to see in these parks. And we asked them to really just think outside the box. Whatever they really wanted to see, we asked for their suggestions. So let's start at the Aquatic Center. So they asked for an ADA splash pad, remodeled the restrooms, solar shade covers, shade with tables, and solar park covers. We also have several maintenance issues that we have there, our heaters, our filtration system that we've also added into that. We also would like to see a scoreboard for our Galt Gators. Some of the things that we did not recommend, and this has to do with short-term maintenance, ongoing costs, or an expanded pool with 12 lanes, deep pool with diving, warm-up pool, additional power outlets, year-round availability, snack store, and indoor cooling center.
Armando, so this is what was suggested and these are which are not recommended?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So that's for the aquatic center. Now for the skate park, we'd like to move that closer to the street. There's a bathroom right here that they'd be able to utilize in that area. It's a little shadier, so they've asked for shade. And some of the things that they're asking for is add seating, shade, cement ramps, curved ramps, water fountains. All their suggestions, there are none that we did not recommend. We accepted all of them for that. Do you have questions about this site before I move on to the next one? Next park is Harvey Park. We'd like to add a 2 to 5-year-old playground to the new playground that we put in about 4 or 5 years ago. Basketball court, shade for the dugouts, bleachers with shade, picnic tables. They'd like a fence surrounding the whole park. And one of the reasons that they like that is that this is home of Galt Youth Baseball, and they have a lot of kids running around in this area. And they believe that C Street's really busy, and they want to prevent them from running out into the street, especially with the playground so close to the corner there. We'd like to see a dog run in this area. There is no ADA accessibility on no sidewalk, so you can't get to the community garden here or through here. So we'd like to add a sidewalk. We'd like to see a new scoreboard, artificial turf, multi-restroom, snack bar, storage. Like to get this D Street paved, gutter, curbed. And then for the community garden, they like to see some native plants added, water to the boxes, fence the garden, security lights, electrical power. And they like to see if we could purchase this property here just to the south of it to expand the garden. The grant does allow for us to purchase property, so that with your approval, we would move forward with that. Some of the things that we did not recommend are misters and water features. The cost to maintain these are just so high that I just couldn't recommend it. We'd spend so much money maintaining those, especially with our hard water here in town. Do you have any questions on this side before I move forward?
Yeah, one real quick. The artificial turf, is that something that, is artificial turf over the long haul tend to be more expensive to maintain because it has a lifespan and it's
You'll either pay for it on a monthly basis as you mow it, or you'll pay for it on a long-term basis when you have to actually replace it. So, right now, if our life expectancy of an artificial turf is probably 8 to 10 years, we're already at year 8 for our Walker Park. It's still holding up good. But when it wears out in about 3 or 4 years, I'm sorry, we don't have the money to replace that.
That's, I know it's expensive, just wondering, I mean, it must cost a fortune to put an artificial turf in a Harvey Park.
Right.
As opposed to just mowing. I don't know. I thought the lifespan was longer with artificial.
I don't know with any of the newer stuff. I know with what we put in at Walker Park.
I never knew that was called D Street. I always just thought it was an alley or something.
Yeah, it's actually called D
it's
Street.
extension of D.
Are there any other questions on this site? Okay. Move on to Lions Oak Park, one of our smaller parks in town. I agreed with everybody that recommended this here because we had nobody show up and it was just myself and our administrative assistant. So these are our recommendations for that area. We'd like to add a dog park under the shady area, and there isn't really a lot of room in this park.
Where is it?
It's on Elm Street.
Elm?
I'm sorry, Oak Street. Sorry, Oak Street. It's basically a house-sized lot. We'd like to extend the landscape into here, add a new monument sign, straighten out the sidewalk that actually goes through here in between the two houses, add some shade and some tables, do a 5 to 12 playground, a 2 to 5, and do a nice approved with Chris Arias cinder block wall. This property owner currently has one here. This is all chain link fence that you can see through into the neighbors' yards. This is actually wooden fence here.
When you say water fountains, do you mean drinking fountains?
Drinking fountains, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, because water could be.
I have a question
Yes.
on the center block wall. I know this is just conceptual at this point, but have you contacted the residents I was going to ask, was it one of the residents that suggested the cinder block wall, or?
Actually, I'd seen this, I believe the homeowner put this wall in. I don't believe that we did. I liked the way it looked. And I thought it would be a good addition to that area. As long as Chris would approve it, it'd be great to go with that. He actually called me this morning wanting to know what kind of wall I was going to put in there. And I said, this is all just conceptual at this point. We would come back, get approvals for exact.
I would just suggest that if the grant is approved and we receive the money, to consult with the residents on both sides to ensure that they're good. They may like sitting in their backyard looking at the park.
Okay. And actually, it would be a third neighbor. This third neighbor would be right here. So we will check with them, and then when we get to that point, if we get to that point, if we're lucky enough.
Right. As long as Chris doesn't put in 4 different kinds of fences.
Right. So Meadowview Park, we'd like to, these playgrounds here are outdated. We can no longer get parts for them. We'd like to replace them. Add a new restroom, snack bar, storage, basketball court, dog park here, bleachers for the shade, bleachers and shade, and dugout shade. We like to install like a walking workout path that you walk every 20 feet or so and you get some type of workout in. There's a lot of parents that come for practices and games that I'm sure would take advantage of that. Install some batting cages here. Again, some more shade, horseshoe pits, shade and tables, a monument sign, and GYB is requesting a fence along Cost here. I believe the speed limit's 45, and they have concerns that kids are running out into there.
That's a good idea.
Is GYB?
Galt Youth Baseball, I'm sorry. Okay. Sorry, I figured everybody knew that.
He'll know in a couple of years when his grandson's playing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. They've also asked us to look into additional parking for this area. When both games are going here, parking's at a premium and people are parking into the neighborhoods. So we've asked engineering to see if there's any way that we could
Right here would be good.
do something with parking in here. It was a request, so we will look forward into it, and if it's not possible, it's not possible.
But if you did.
Not recommended Frisbee golf they've asked for. If you start adding all of these features in, there just isn't room for it. Water feature, again, to maintain that, it'd just be too expensive. So there is no fiscal impact by approving the renovation projects and authorizing the Director of Parks and Rec to execute and submit a periodic grant documents on behalf of the City of Galt. So with that said, we are asking you to approve renovation projects and adopt resolutions authorizing the Director of Parks and Recreation to execute and submit periodic grant documents on behalf of the City of Galt for all the State of California Department of Parks and Recreation Office of Grant and Local Services Proposition 68 grants, for which the city is eligible. To add to that, on July 10th, 2019, we had a Parks and Rec Commission. They are also recommending that you approve that also.
Did you just make the motion?
Sorry?
Did you just make the motion?
I just gave you the recommendation.
How do you feel about, I mean, you feel pretty positive we can get some of these?
We can get something.
I think you told me there wasn't a lot of applicants applying for them, you told me, right?
No, I don't know who's applying for them.
I thought somebody had told me that there wasn't a lot of applicants being turned in or something, so it was looked good for us.
Applications are due August 5th. It really depends on who we're up against. It's a competitive grant.
Well, we're counting on you to get them for us.
Oh, I am doing everything I can to do this. And one of the things that you guys may also see is that I'm trying to eat up a lot of our square footage of our grass area here. Less square footage to maintain, costs go down for the contract, less water to do that with. But I would never get rid of all of our grass. You know, it's just underutilized in this area here.
Always point.
I got many emails about the basketball court request. Like, people were asking, like, more basketball courts on the west side. And so, anyways, yeah, I was glad to see that was one of the Meadowview, because I know I wasn't at this one, so, yeah. I think those would be something that would be very well used.
Yeah.
I'll move staff's recommendation.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Vice Mayor Farmer. Roll call vote.
Vice Mayor Farmer,
Aye.
Councilmember Sandu.
Aye.
Councilmember Campion. Councilmember Lozano.
Aye.
Mayor Lamson.
Aye, motion passes 5-0. Armando, thank you so much for, I know you spent hours and hours on this, and it's a lot of work. Thank you.
Go get the money.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm ready to go.
10:50. You were ready to go at 9 or 8:15 right now. All right, so, comments by staff, please? No. Any staff need to comment?
I would like to comment. I'm
Okay.
sorry. I apologize. I really, truly do. You know, I normally don't, but I just want to remind council that I do. We are in our third week of our new landscape contract, where we are not mowing the parks. We're mowing them once a month. And I just want to remind you that we're reducing water in the effort to keep the grass from going. We will not let it die, but it may get brown. So if you have any questions, please feel free to call me. We've been getting calls from the citizens this week, and we've started putting up the signs. You should see the signs up at the parks. And if you have any questions, just please feel free to give me a call.
Thank you.
Just real quick, I want to remind the council that tomorrow night in the chambers here at 5 p.m., we'll have a first in a series of our financial sustainability process meetings, and we'll be discussing the general fund. So that's tomorrow, 5 p.m. here. If you have a budget binder, you may want to bring that just for reference. We should have all the materials you need, but just I'll throw out that if you have a budget binder, you may want to bring that as well. And then our next meeting will be on July 31st, I believe Wednesday, July 31st at 5 p.m. here. And at that meeting, we'll be discussing the Parks and Recreation Fund and Lighting and Landscaping Funds. So tomorrow night at 5, July 31st at 5, right here. Thank you.
Comments for the whole council. We really appreciate the Independence Day festivities. They were wonderful. They were fabulous. Everybody did a great job.
Just some recognition. I got an email yesterday that the city was selected for a Project of the Year award for the South Galt's Safe Routes to School project, so from the American Public Works Association.
Wow, amazing.
Well, there you go.
Good job.
Those bike lanes, those green bike lanes.
I didn't say it.
Anybody? Ready? Meeting adjourned.